Welcome to CBN News and our live coverage of the 2025 March for Life. I'm Dan Andros, host of CBN's Quick Start podcast, and I'm joined here in the studio by CBN's Billy Hallowell. Billy, it is a big day once again, one of our favorite events of the year.
Yeah, the March for Life, it is one of the most exciting events for the pro-life movement, if not the most exciting. Tens of thousands of people going to Washington, D.C. to make their voice heard, and in an incredibly peaceful way. It's one of those protests that it's almost like it's not a protest, but it is, and it's incredible to see.
Yeah, and we have people on the ground there. We're going to be going to them here in just a moment ahead of the speakers that'll be speaking. We're going to take you to that live. You'll get to see all their speeches in full, and then we're going to walk the march. And so stick around for that because it's awesome to see. We'll talk amongst the people that are there. We're going to talk to some of the big names that are there, the speakers that are there. I know, Billy, this year President Trump is going to address the crowd via video, but Vice President J.D. Vance will attend the march. That's a groundbreaking move too.
It is. You know, you don't typically have the commander-in-chief or the vice president showing up in any form, and Trump has done this in the past. Now you have J.D. Vance doing it, and it's happening, obviously, during the first week of this new administration. So I think a lot of people are looking at this, and they're saying, okay, you know, are we going to have the support in the pro-life movement from this president and vice president? And so far, it seems like the support that was seen the first time around with Trump is going to once again be granted. So really going to be interesting to see what they have to say.
Yeah, and we're going to talk a lot about these issues. There's a lot of things to talk about during this march that we can cover that's going on with the pro-life movement. Just this week, President Trump pardoned 23 pro-lifers who were really wrongly convicted on these, FACE Act charges. We'll talk about all that. It's really crazy. One last night just got freed, and it was, we have the video of that, her coming out of after being, detained for all these months since the summer. Really crazy situation, and the weaponization of the federal government that had happened here recently against pro-lifers. We'll talk about all that. But right now I want to go down to our people on the ground at the march this year, CBN's Madison Seals and Tara Mergener. They're going to be walking the march here and talking to people. Guys, how's it going down there?
It is going well. We're coming to you live from the 52nd Annual March for Life, which is the largest annual human rights demonstration in the world. And this is the third since Roe was overturned at the Supreme Court by the Dobbs decision, which sent the issue back to the states. And since then, we've seen some victories. We've seen 13 states with near total abortion bans in place. We've seen 4 with heartbeat bills in place. And yet there's still thousands out here marching today until all human life is valued in all stages.
What's so interesting about this event, as you guys well know, this is Madison's third march covering this since post Roe v. Wade, which is amazing. One of the biggest things is they want a lot of people under the tent. It's not just for Christians, it's for the secular, it's for any denomination, any religious affiliation. They want people involved, they want people marching, they want people involved in the movement. One thing, guys, I do have to clear up. We do have a lot of big names here today, including J.D. Vance and Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida, but the president of the March for Life told me, Jeannie Mancini, that the news that President Trump was going to come here via video is actually not true. They don't know how that got started, but it is out there everywhere. But they say no video message from President Trump. But it is an amazing day. It's full of optimism, especially with a pro-life president, a pro-life vice president. They're extremely ecstatic, but they also, Madison, as you know, say an awful lot of work needs to be done for this movement to keep it going, to get more people involved, and to really get some definitive action and powerful action, even more than President Trump has already done. Madison, Jeannie Mancini told me she wants President Trump to do exactly what he did in his first term.
Yeah, and with J.D. Vance here today, it's exciting. I think people are really excited to see what this administration brings. And we've got some other excellent speakers here today. We have Bethany Hamilton as the keynote speaker. Lila Rose is here. Jeannie Mancini's replacement, who's going to be the new president coming this next month, is also here. So there's lots to look forward to in the movement, lots to look forward to in the march specifically. It's just really exciting, and we feel the excitement here today.
Madison is already dressed and ready for the cold. We're in the comfort of the media tent, but we really look forward to being out there and talking to folks on the ground. And one theme also that emerged here today, and I'm sure this is the case every single year, that it is not man in control of this movement, it is God, and they are his feet and hands and heart, and that's what the feeling is today, guys.
All right, well, Madison Seals and CBN's Tara Mergener, we look forward to seeing y'all out on the march. It's going to be a lot of fun. Every time we do this, it's like you get to see really great testimonies, actually, Billy. And it's always surprising every time. I think last year, the ones that stuck out to me were a couple of women that I believe Trey interviewed and caught up with on the march. And these are things, God just there's just thousands of people at this march. So you don't know who we're going to run into, who's going to want to talk to the camera, who's not going to want to talk. But I remember those two women, and they talked about their abortion stories. But when their eyes were kind of covered on this issue in their younger years, they were kind of convinced into having abortions, and they talked about that and the consequences of that. And so I don't know what we're going to see today, and that's part of the fun of seeing what God does in a march like this and who we get to hear from and who we see, because we just don't know. And there are a zillion different reasons why people could be motivated to be out there braving the cold, marching like this, and a lot of times they're really powerful reasons.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things, having been on the ground before, doing what they're doing today and talking with people, a lot of them have a past abortion story, right? They were either abortion survivors or, maybe a man or a woman who were in a situation where they had an abortion, or people who felt pressured and didn't. And so that connective tissue to the issue is really there in so many people in the audience that show up. And of course, not everybody has that. But it is really interesting because I think it's a healing moment for a lot of these people to come together. And what I said at the top, it's a protest, but doesn't feel like one. I have never been, and I was saying this in the podcast the other day, in a situation where you're at a protest. They're dealing with a tough issue, a very hard issue. And here they are, they're happy, they're jovial, there are hymns being sung. I mean, the March for Life is one of the most peaceful, incredible events to be a part of. And it wasn't until I got there and had a chance to do it, and people watching today will get a chance to see it, that I realized that. So yeah, really, really incredible stories across the board.
All right, and we're really looking forward to it. If you're just joining us, we are going to take it down to the stage here. That starts at the top of the hour, so we're just going to hang out here for a few minutes until that begins. But I promise we'll get you down to that. The speakers will go for about an hour. And then at that time, the march will kick off at 1. And Madison and Tara from CBN that we just talked to, they'll be down there. They'll be kicking off the march. And as soon as that march gets going, we'll be there. So make sure you stick around. The speakers are great. They're fantastic. But you're going to hear more interviews and more from those speakers, from a lot of them, because as they come off, they're going to go, and Madison and Tara will talk to them. So we'll have those conversations and hear some answers to some questions that are out there, and then we'll walk. So once that stage show wraps, don't leave, because we're gonna head out right onto the march. And it's like we said, it's oftentimes very, very powerful. And also just to see the number of people here, Billy, because one of the questions now is like, okay, well, what's the deal? You had Roe v. Wade, now it's to the states, so why are we still doing this? Why are we continue to march? And there's still, I mean, they're going around. You got the abortion pill. There are all these issues. And look, you can have judgments. You can have even the Supreme Court making these rules. But it's really not, you're not going to abolish abortion until people come to the conclusion that this is indeed actually murder. So, and it's the ending of a human life that's just in the womb and just at the early stages of development. And so that fight continues on, and that message continues on. And so when you see young people, you'll get into the numbers today, Billy, because you've got a lot of those. But there's a lot to talk about, and we still have a lot of ground to cover here on this issue, or else these abortions are still going to keep happening.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get into some of the numbers. In fact, the abortion rates, depending on who you're talking to, have actually gone up since Roe, even though there are fewer states where they're happening. We can dive into some of that later, because you have to win over hearts and minds, right? You have to logically, emotionally, but most importantly, spiritually help people understand what is happening here. These are, as you were saying, innocent, unborn human beings. This isn't a clump of tissue. It isn't, this rhetoric that is used. We have to sort of break through that and reach people at a heart level. And in some ways, there's even more work to do after Roe, because now you have 50 different states where these battles are unfolding. And so it's not just this national battle.
Yeah. And think about how the conversation's gone, Billy, the national conversation on this. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that safe, legal, and rare was a mantra from the pro-choice side. They would even admit that, hey, this needs to be rare. That's not the case anymore. Now it's shout your abortion and, hey, everyone needs this. It's like, it almost feels like when you watch these pro-abortion advocates and activists out there talking, it almost feels like you're almost kind of an oddball if you haven't had an abortion. They make it sound like this is something that happens every Tuesday, for people. It's like, well, no, this should be a rare thing. And, it's not that common, really. But when you consider like the average person, right? I'm talking statistically, there's still 1 million abortions a year that we know of, and that's a lot. But yeah, I just think the way the rhetoric has gone in the national conversation, it's like the pro-abortion side has sort of leaned into the fact that we need to do this, and it's like it's gone from, well, this is something that should be rare, but we need to reserve the ability to do it in case. No, it's not like that anymore, and so. That is a real battle, and that is, just to call a spade here, Billy, that's evil. That is wicked to sit there and celebrate this.
Yeah, no, it absolutely is, but it goes along with the cultural relativism that we see, right? It's all about ourselves, how we feel, how we think, and nothing else really matters. And so it shouldn't be shocking that the rhetoric has changed. We have a lot of work to do to change that back. Again, if you don't reach hearts, if you don't convince people that, hey, this is actually something that's a travesty. But I would also add, it's interesting because the warnings that we would be in this dystopian nightmare, the minute that Roe went away, those nightmares have not really come to fruition. And I think it's worth talking about that, right? I mean, we should be living in a total dystopian nightmare right now based on what we were told would happen. And we are not, obviously. So there you go.
We're not. And we're just minutes away here from the stage speakers beginning here at 12 noon Eastern time. That is when they are set to begin here. So we're just talking you up to that. We're hanging out. But again, remember, we are going to be, after the stage speakers wrap up, Tara and Madison will be out walking the march. We'll be here going back and forth with them as they go among the crowd and talk to people, and you'll get a good sense. Hey, listen, it's cold outside. If you're stuck at home or maybe you're working today or whatever you're doing, you can be nice and warm and march at the same time. You can show your support for the unborn babies and humans in the womb, right there from the comfort of your own work cubicle or home or your phone. Just share the stream, get it going, fire it up, share it with people. And that's a great way to show your support here, even if you can't be there. And it's always incredible, the numbers, Billy. I mean, it's thousands and thousands of people that are there doing this march. My favorite thing every year is the time lapse that inevitably comes out. Somebody will have a time lapse of the march, and it just keeps going and going and going. It's crazy. It's very encouraging. Listen, when you see the rhetoric in the media always seems to push this minority view to make you feel like you're alone, that you're the only crazy one out here who thinks we shouldn't be killing babies in the womb, right? Like, am I the only one? No, you're not. There's thousands and thousands of people there. And so you're going to see that, and you get a chance to virtually walk with them. And we would love to have you with us. So stay tuned after the speakers here finish with all the things that they're going to be saying up here. I'm sure it's going to be very edifying and a blessing to all those who check it out. So our coverage for the March for Life here on CBN is about to kick off here. The speakers are about to start. Billy and I will be back with you after the stage speakers wrap. Looking forward to that. And Tara Mergener and Madison Seals from CBN will be on the ground. They're talking to people during this whole thing. So look forward to seeing you here in a little bit. Enjoy the presentation.
And a very warm welcome to those of you who are here in person. It's a little chilly out there today, but I hope that you're staying warm in your hearts. We are so, so happy to have you. I am Jeannie Mancini, and I'm honored to serve as president of the March for Life. And on behalf of our entire wonderful, hardworking team, I would like to welcome you to the 52nd March for Life, the largest annual human rights demonstration in the world. And I want to thank you. I want to thank you for being here. I want to thank you for being part of history by being part of the March for Life. To kick off our rally today, we're going to join in singing the national anthem, and it's going to be led by soloist Julie Stone, followed by Andrew Hodson of the University of Wisconsin-Madison Knights of Columbus Council. Please give a warm welcome to Julie and Andrew.
Twilight's last gleaming, who's brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Andrew, for leading our pledge, and to Julie for that absolutely stunning performance. Each year, we are grateful for the collaborative witness of the Orthodox bishops and the Roman Catholic bishops leading us in opening prayer for the rally. I'm very happy to welcome to the podium a friend of mine and a wonderful, wonderful bishop, man of God, Archbishop Joseph Naumann. Archbishop, yes, our friends in Kansas City, you know him well. Archbishop Naumann from Kansas City in Kansas, and he's a member of the Committee of the Pro-Life Activities for the United States Catholic Conference of Bishops. Archbishop Naumann is joined on stage by a delegation of Orthodox bishops and Roman Catholic bishops in offering our opening prayer. Hello.
Thanks. Yeah, thank you. Well, it's a privilege to be with you and to offer this prayer today. I'm substituting for our pro-life committee chair, Bishop Dan Thomas, who had a death in his family, so couldn't be with us. But I just want to say, Jeannie Mancini, she's one of my heroes, and we thank her for her leadership. So, as we open our rally prayer, I welcome His Grace Bishop John of the Antiochian Orthodox Archdiocese of North America, representing the Assembly of Canonical Orthodox Bishops of the United States of America. And we're joined by a delegation of brother Orthodox and Catholic bishops from all across the country. I especially welcome all of you who have gathered in this vast crowd as we stand together to proclaim our belief in the dignity of the child in the womb and to witness to the sanctity of all human life. This is why we march. And so let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, author and sustainer of the gift of human life, we, your sons and daughters in Jesus, your Son, come before you as stewards of this great gift. Hear our humble and heartfelt prayer. May we never fail to protect and value human life from the first moment of conception through to the moment of natural death. May our efforts rightly include legal protection as well as constant prayer. May we continue to do penance for the cruel and tragic offenses against the divine dignity of human life, especially by abortion. May we be instruments of your love and compassion for any pregnant mother in need and all those who have been wounded by abortion. We turn to you, Father of us all, for your grace and power to fuel anew in our time the ever-present need to build up the culture of life. May this culture of life bring fresh energy for pro-life initiatives in every part of our nation. May this culture of life find new strength among families, in our homes, our schools, our parishes, our workplaces, indeed among all men and women in our human community. May this culture of life bring aid and assistance for those whose lives are in any distress, especially in facing new threats against the dignity of human life. Ever-living God, pour out your abundant blessing upon all who will march for life today and upon all who join of the crusade for life. We ask this through Christ our
Well, thank you so much, Archbishop Naumann, and our Orthodox and Catholic bishops. We're so very happy, very, very pleased to have you here and grateful. So whether this is your first March for Life or you're a seasoned veteran, and I see some of you out there that are seasoned veterans right in the front row here, but I met many in the hotel this morning that this is their first March for Life. I just really do want to honor you and thank you for making history by being part of our world's largest annual human rights demonstration. You, by being here, are advocating for the poorest of the poor. You are advocating that social justice begins in the womb. Thank you for standing on the right side of history and for being here. We are so very, very grateful. The theme for the 52nd Annual March for Life is Life, Why We March. It's a very simple reminder of the basic and beautiful truths about why we're all here today. The first and most foundational point of our theme is that every human being, regardless of race, regardless of disability, regardless of religion, gender, size, or stage of development in the womb, every single life has inherent human dignity, and it is just that case. Marchers, can I ask you a question? Do you believe, so I'm going to ask you a question and then I'm going to ask you to answer. So marchers, do you believe that all human life from the moment of conception has inherent human dignity? Let me hear you say yes. Oh, come on, you guys can do better than that. Come on, let's try that again. Let me hear you say yes. Yes. Okay. For the second point of our theme, science and technology. Marchers, I believe in miracles, but you know what? Even if you don't, science is on the side of life. Science shows that life begins at the moment of conception and fertilization. From that time on, we know that a new human life in the womb possesses its own genetically unique DNA and is different from its mother and father. Because of modern technology, We can see at just 6 weeks, expectant parents can view their child's ultrasound and see that a baby's heart is beating. And by 12 weeks, other organs have formed. And these are only a handful of the many moments of gestational development that give witness to the inherent dignity of life that is unrepeatable, valuable, and entirely worthy of our love and protection. So let me ask you, marchers, do you believe that science and technology are on the side of life? Let me hear you say yes. That's a little better, thank you. The third point, the pro-life movement is at its heart with every woman and for every child. Tragically, we live in a culture that presents confusing, misleading, and even false messages to women in this regard. And one of the worst and most offensive messages is that abortion is necessary for a woman to flourish and succeed. Yet, the tragic reality is that 60% of women who have chosen abortion say that they would have preferred to choose life if they had the requisite financial and emotional support. Women need to know that they are strong and capable, and that the pro-life community will love and support them long after the child is born. And that's why there are well over 3,400 community-based pregnancy care centers across America that help women, thank you, that help women and families who want to keep their children. And a whopping 83% of Americans on both sides of the political aisle support the work of pregnancy care centers. We just saw this week from a Marist poll that came out thanks to the Knights of Columbus. Marchers, let me ask you, will you commit to supporting women who are facing an unexpected pregnancy? Let me hear you say yes. Let's try that one again. Let me hear you say yes. On the fourth and final point of the theme, the power of telling your story. For over a decade, we at the March for Life have used the hashtag #WhyWeMarch on all social media related to the March for Life. Why? Because your stories matter. Your stories can change people's hearts and minds on this issue. At the March for Life, we're in the business of changing hearts and minds. Our goal is to make abortion unthinkable. Your stories will help us reach that goal. Why are you here? Why are you pro-life? Each of you has a reason, and when you share that reason, your witness makes a difference. Marchers, can you commit today, in the next 2 hours, on social media to using the hashtag #WhyWeMarch and telling your story? Let me hear you say yes. Thank you. Now, I'd like to show you a video about our March for Life theme, Life, Why We March.
Being on the right side of history isn't always popular or easy.
Through the third trimester, the bill has
the abortion
no limit.
Procedure, the babies were born
Pregnancy
alive.
resource centers are on high alert.
Pro-abortionists have firebombed a pregnancy center.
When culture is spreading lies about the dignity of life, and it seems like we're in a losing battle, we might feel like giving up. But we won't. This is why we march. Because lives like these turn into these. And that is why we march.
Only one march has happened every year since 1974, and in just a few hours, thousands of marchers will fill the streets of Washington, D.C.
We're here to march and to show solidarity for the baby in the womb.
We march to be a voice for the voiceless.
We march to end abortion.
We march for both mom and baby.
I just want every single baby to be valued and every single woman to know that she is important and she should be loved.
They're partaking in the annual March for Life, the largest human rights display in the world.
Because every single life deserves a chance. That is what real human flourishing looks like. And that is why we march.
accepted the position as president of the March for Life in 2012, so this is my 13th March for Life leading the organization. There have been so many opportunities, responsibilities, and challenges that have come with my role. But one of the absolute highlights, something that always gives me joy and hope, is you, the marchers, the advocates, the mothers, and the babies. Your love, your enthusiasm, your courage, your compassion. You have motivated me and our fantastic March for Life team and board. Each year leading this organization, I have felt that God was giving me a vision for what I thought the March for Life should be and could be under my direction. Over the past couple of years, I sensed that the March was at a very good point with so much growth, and that I'd done what God had asked of me in this role, and that it was time for me to explore other paths. I and our board prayed for leadership. We prayed for the new right leader. God has answered these prayers. Over the past few months, I've begun working closely with my successor. She is a woman of strong faith, compassion, conviction for the pro-life cause. Soon after today, the new March for Life president will be Jenny Bradley Lichter. And over the past 3 months, Jenny and I have become great colleagues and very good friends. I am confident that she is the woman meant to lead the March for Life in this next season. And I will stay involved on the board as well. Regardless of who is leading the organization, the March for Life remains steadfast and true, and our goals remain the same. We will continue to provide a place for the real heroes, you all, the marchers, to give public witness here in our nation's capital and throughout the country at our state marches by witnessing to moms and babies. Thank you. When I say that this job has been the honor of a lifetime, words could not possibly express the depth of my respect, gratitude, and appreciation for all of you and for this incredible role. Thank you. Now, I'm very excited to welcome to the podium, and then I'll be back, our new president-elect of the March for Life, Jenny Bradley Lichter.
Hello, marchers. I'm Jenny, and in a few days, I will be the new president of the March for Life, taking over from a hero of mine and of all of ours, Jeannie Mancini. This is my first time standing up here at the March for Life, but it is not my first march. I wonder if there's anyone here who came to DC on an overnight bus ride. Well, that was me 24 years ago for my first March for Life. I was a college freshman at Notre Dame. Go Irish, I see you out there. I rode the bus through the night, slept on the floor at a Catholic parish across the river, and had an absolutely amazing experience at the march. Since then, I've been back so many times with classmates, friends, coworkers. Then I started bringing my husband, Brian. Where is he? Here he is. That's Brian. And in recent years, our 3 kids. You guys want to wait? But I've never forgotten my first march and the life-changing impact it had on me when I was still a teenager. I never could have dreamed on that day that I would eventually lead the March for Life and get to greet my fellow marchers and my friends from up here. I know that in this crowd today there are so many future pro-life leaders, maybe even my successor as president of the March for Life. I know that there are so many current pro-life leaders here, including so many young leaders who witness to people around you about the beauty and the preciousness of every single human life, no matter the circumstances. You are here because you all know that unborn people are people too, and they have a right to life just like the rest of us. You know that the wantedness of a human being doesn't determine our value. You know that it's right and good to stand up for people who are too small to defend themselves. You know that abortion hurts women, that abortion hurts everyone it touches. I call you leaders precisely because you know these truths and you aren't afraid to say them out loud. But lately, many of the loudest voices have been shouting the lie that women need access to abortion. So I want to talk directly to all of the young women here who are being targeted with that message. Ladies, hear this. Loud voices might have told you that being a mother will hold you back, that having a baby at the wrong time will derail your education or your career prospects or even your shot at happiness, that your own future children are the enemies of your flourishing and fulfillment, or that your ability to bear children is your greatest weakness. You might have heard voices telling you that you're not strong enough to be a mom and still follow your dreams, that you're not strong enough, period. I am here to tell you that anyone who says those things is lying to you. You are strong enough. Motherhood is so empowering. It will make you tougher and happier and more fulfilled than you ever imagined possible. Motherhood will stretch you. Your heart will grow and grow and grow, no matter the circumstances. And if you are ever in a situation where you can't care for your baby, you are strong enough to entrust your child to another loving family through adoption. Don't ever let anyone tell you that you aren't. Young men, I want to talk to you for a minute too. Don't let anyone tell you that the way to love the women in your lives is to support abortion, let alone push them towards abortion when things look tough. People are lying to you when they still not make you happy. The women you love need men who are strong and confident enough to embrace the beauty and the messiness of life, no matter the circumstances. That's real love and real strength. Before I close, I have an action item for each person here. When you get home, take a few minutes to get to know the resources available in your area for pregnant women who need a hand. Because you never know when someone in your life might confide in you about an unexpected pregnancy. Be ready for that. Commit yourself to be ready for that. Know who they can call or who you can call for them to get medical care, parenting classes, diapers, wipes, baby clothes. And be ready to be the person they can turn to for a hug. Be ready to be the voice telling them that they are strong enough. Since I was announced as the next president of the March for Life, some people have asked me if we're done marching because Roe versus Wade was overturned. What do we think about that? No, of course we're not done. We will keep marching here in Washington until abortion is not only illegal, but unthinkable. And we still have work to do. So we are so not done, marchers. I am certainly not done. I'm just getting started here at the March for Life. I will see you all back here next year. And every year, until every woman and every baby is loved and protected, we will keep marching together. Thank you.
Okay, isn't she awesome? Yeah, I feel the same way. All right. Joining me now, they're going to be coming out here on stage, are your courageous pro-life leaders and members of the United States Congress and Senate, who in fact just voted this week to protect life. Yeah. Please, give it up for these guys and gals, please. I'd like to take a moment to recognize and thank each one of them, not only for marching with us, but for their work protecting both mother and child. So we are joined by Senator James Langford from Oklahoma. And if you're from the state of this representative, be sure to really cheer loudly here. Okay, anyone from Alabama for Senator Katie Britt? Senator Joni Ernst from Iowa. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith from Mississippi. Senator Pete Ricketts from Nebraska. And moving to the U.S. House of Representatives, Congressman Andy Biggs from Arizona. Congresswoman Julie Fedorchak from North Dakota. A little closer to home, Congressman Andy Harris from Maryland. Congressman Bob Latta from Ohio. Yeah, got a lot from Ohio. Congressman John McGuire from Virginia. Congressman Bob Onder from Missouri. We'll be hearing from him in a little bit. Congressman Chris Smith from New Jersey. Congressman Derek Van Orden from Wisconsin. We're also blessed to have among us today Governor Jeff Landry from Louisiana. We are so honored to be joined by these elected leaders who are fighting for life across the nation and on Capitol Hill. I'm also delighted to be joined today by two incredibly dedicated leaders in Congress, Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson. We're honored to have both the U.S. Senate Majority Leader, John Thune of North Dakota, I'm sorry, let me say that one more time. We are most honored to have the U.S. Senate Majority Leader, John Thune of South Dakota, and the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana. Let's give it up for these guys. Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson's deep commitment to passion for protecting the unborn and their mothers is truly inspiring and has been on full display these last few days in this new Congress. We are honored to have them both with us. It says a lot. In fact, this is the first time in the history of the March for Life that we've had both the Senate Majority Leader and the Speaker of the House not only on this stage, but speaking to you today. Please help me welcoming these gentlemen to the stage.
Well, good afternoon, pro-lifers. It feels like a South Dakota day here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am grateful to the March for Life for inviting me to be here with you today, and I am nothing short of inspired looking out at all of you. We stand here today, you stand here today, to bear witness to the beauty and goodness of every human life, to remind people of the great truth upon which our country was founded, that all men and women are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are the right to life, to liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And I know that some days fighting for the right to life can seem like an uphill battle. But I want you to look around you today at the tens of thousands of Americans who will march up to Capitol Hill with you today, and I want you to remember, you are not alone. You are part of a great movement, united around the truth that every life is precious, that every human being is created in the image and likeness of God and has infinite value and worth. It says in Psalm 139, you formed my inward parts, you wove me in my mother's womb. I give thanks to you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made, and my soul knows it very well. I stand with you in this fight, and so do many of my colleagues in Congress, and like you, we will continue to work toward a day when the lives of all human beings are protected, even when they're small, even when they're weak, even when they're vulnerable, especially when they're small or weak or vulnerable. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight may be long, but we have the truth on our side, and I am confident. And I am confident that at the end of the day, truth will win, life will win. Thank you for being here today. God bless you all, and keep fighting for life. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon. We're so glad that you've joined us here in Washington, D.C. Thank you for making the trip. It really is a great encouragement to all of us to see all of you, so many pro-life Americans here to stand and march for the sanctity of human life. I stand here with these colleagues of mine, these leaders for life, and it means so much to us to see all of you. For 52 years, this event has united millions of pro-life Americans just like us for the common purpose that we believe that every child has the right to life. For 2 decades, before I was elected to Congress, I served as a constitutional law attorney, and I litigated cases to defend our fundamental freedoms like religious liberty and the sanctity of human life. And now in this role that I have as Speaker of the House, I'm working to defend those freedoms in a different way. And the good news is there are many leaders here in Congress, just like the ones standing behind us here, who are committed to doing that same thing. And of course, my friends, it is a new golden age in America, and now we have President Donald J. Trump back in the White House. We are entering a new era, that's right. And with Vice President J.D. Vance, they have already, that's right. This new White House has already shown its resolve. It's one of his first official acts. President Trump just freed and pardoned nearly 24 wrongfully imprisoned pro-life activists. And I don't know if you saw his executive order on gender, but it defines life as beginning at conception rather than birth. And in Congress just yesterday, the House passed the Born Alive Survivors Protection Act. It is a matter, that's right, it's a matter of basic humanity to ensure that a child who survives an abortion attempt should be cared for as he or she is lying on the table gasping for breath. But I am so sad to tell you that only one House Democrat joined us in voting for that bill. It's incredible, really, but it demonstrates just how important events like this today are. My friends, House and Senate Republicans are committed to protecting innocent life. We will do it. As we near the 250th anniversary of our great nation, we remember that at the heart of our grand experiment in self-governance is the recognition of the right to life, as Leader Thune just said. America is premised on the self-evident truth that every single person is made in the image of our Creator, God. And thus, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin or what zip code you live in or what you do for a living. Your value is inherent because it's given to you by God. Well, that's right. What we need today is a new generation of leaders and activists like William Wilberforce and Frederick Douglass, men and women who will courageously use their voices to defend others. You, my friends, are part of that generation, and together we are rebuilding a culture of life, and it begins now. By sharing your time and influence, by volunteering to assist pregnancy resource centers, all the very practical ways that we can assist, using our voices, using our influence, it's going to make a difference. I'll close with this. I was born in January 1972. It was almost exactly 1 year before Roe v. Wade became the law of the land. I was the product of an unplanned teen pregnancy, and I am so eternally grateful that my mom and dad ignored all the people who told them to just take care of that problem, and they chose to embrace life and to have me, the first of their 4 children. If they... It's a simple fact, a very simple fact. If they had not done that, then I would not be here, and I often wonder who else we have missed and what those individuals might have contributed to our society and our world, but they were just never given the opportunity. I often wonder when we as a nation will face that reality and turn our hearts back to the self-evident truths that we boldly proclaimed in our nation's birth certificate in 1776, as was said earlier, that all people are created equal and that all people are endowed by our Creator with the right to life. Let's keep working to ensure that more eyes are opened, that more people will embrace those timeless truths, and that all children will be allowed the incomparable gift of being born. Thank you for being part of this movement and this noble cause. God bless this march, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Thank you both, Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson, for your bold leadership on this critical human rights issue. Thank you for prioritizing legislation that will save babies who survive attempted abortions in every state across the nation. We, the pro-life movement, had a very important win in November in Florida, largely thanks... I think you know what's coming here. So largely thanks, or I should say who's coming here, largely thanks to Governor Ron DeSantis. Oh gosh, his strength, commitment, and dedication ensured Florida's moms and babies were protected from the pro-abortion lobby's attempt to enshrine a right to abortion in their state constitution. Folks, let's give a warm welcome to Governor Ron DeSantis and First Lady Casey DeSantis and family. Welcome.
Well, thank you for marching for life. You know, I kind of feel like we have a lot of momentum. So there's this issue that the president has introduced, which I'm supportive of, to say the Constitution doesn't give birthright citizenship to people that are here illegally. I think that's the decision of the Constitution. But it's interesting, not everyone likes that. And so the New York Times had a hit piece going against this. And here was their headline: "Undocumented women ask, will my unborn child be a citizen?" So the New York Times is admitting it's not just a clump of cells. Let's welcome the New York Times to the pro-life movement. Wow. Here is what you should be asking your elected officials to do on the issue of the sanctity of life. Show courage in defense of the unborn. That's what we need from the people that we elect to the office. The sanctity of life does not depend on poll results. It doesn't depend on which way the wind is blowing. It's an enduring truth, and it represents the foundation of our society, which in our original founding document, which we will celebrate next year, the Declaration of Independence, declared that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, beginning with the right to life itself. And I remember when Dobbs came down, it was a big victory for the pro-life movement, but a lot of people didn't necessarily know, what were you going to do? What was the left going to do? There were all these things going, and what the left did is they poured hundreds of millions of dollars into these ballot initiatives. And in 2022, they swept the country. I think they won every single ballot initiative in favor of, many times, abortion on demand until birth. So we then, in 2024 cycle, we were facing in Florida one of these initiatives in our state. And into enacting this as part of our Constitution, the media was behind them 100%. Now, this would have been the most radical amendment in the nation. It would have led to 40,000 abortions in Florida every single year, and would have made Florida the epicenter for abortion tourism, because we're in the Southeast, which is the most pro-life part of the country. Yeah. So the stakes were very high here. Now, most elected officials, they'll say, look, what's on the ballot is not their issue. Like, people can decide, and they wash their hands of it, and they walk away. But, you know, I remember a great man once said, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. So we were not just going to sit around in Florida and do nothing. We had a responsibility to lead the charge and to do something that most people said was impossible: defeat a pro-abortion ballot measure in a state who, quite frankly, does not necessarily have overwhelming pro-life sentiment. And so this was very difficult, because what the pro-abortion side does, they don't tell the truth. They rely on a blizzard of lies to try to be able to enact these things. So if you turned on TV in Florida last fall, you were told that Florida's heartbeat bill somehow didn't allow pregnant women to get health care when they had a miscarriage, or all these other things, which were bold-faced lies. They never made the case as to why you should have elective abortions on demand up until 9 months. They never made that case. They were focusing on running commercials that were lying about what we were doing in Florida. So this was difficult because, you know, people see it on TV and they think it's true. So this was all hands on deck. So we decided we had no choice but to dig in and lead, that we had all these lives that depended on this. So we raised millions of dollars. We mobilized activists, not just in the state of Florida, but around the country, to come and help in Florida. Many of you were part of that. We pressured our elected officials to get involved. We barnstormed the state. I had physicians against Amendment 4. We had survivors of abortion talking against Amendment 4. You name it, we did it. We even mobilized our state agencies, and we ran public service announcements dispelling the lies that were being told about Florida's heartbeat bill. But we were doing this, quite frankly, against the tide of public opinion. The wind was in our face. The wind was not in our backs. But you know, it's easy to lead when the wind's at your back. Anybody can do that. The question is, when those things are, when you have all the odds stacked against you, are you going to dig in and are you going to do what's right? And I'm proud to say that we defeated this radical pro-abortion amendment. And we were the first state in the United States to ever defeat one. But here's one of the lessons. We were told since Dobbs by people, political consultants, pundits, many people that are more establishment Republicans, that standing for the right to life was somehow terrible politics, you wouldn't get elected, all this other stuff. Well, I can tell you I'm proof that that's not true, because when Dobbs was overturned, I ran on a pro-life platform on the Heartbeat Protection Act, and I won the largest victory that any Republican has ever won in the history of the state of Florida. And I can report to you now, years later, not one single member of the Florida legislature has been defeated for voting for Florida's Heartbeat Protection Act. Not one has been defeated as a result of that. And even more so, to show you the politics isn't what they say, since I signed Florida's Heartbeat bill a couple years ago, we have gained 800,000 registered Republicans on the Democrats since we signed the legislation. So don't let the naysayers say that you got to toss away these important convictions and that you shouldn't stand for the right to life. We showed how it can be done in the state of Florida. You know, we're proud that in the last 6 years since I've been governor, on issue after issue, we have defeated the political left, getting rid of DEI, beating them on illegal immigration, doing all these different things to the point where Florida is now known as the state where woke goes to die. But let me tell you, since we were able to beat Amendment 4, Florida is not only the place where woke goes to die, it's the place...
No other, except we have so many heroes here today. So I am referring, of course, to U.S. Congressman Chris Smith of New Jersey. Congressman Smith has served as co-chair of the Congressional Pro-Life Caucus for over 4 decades, tirelessly working on behalf of unborn children and their mothers. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Congressman Chris Smith.
Ginny, thank you so very much, and Jenny, thank you. The March for Life Committee, what an amazing march, and you do it with such just power. And all of you here today, thank you so much. You know, I met my dear wife, Marie, 52 years ago in the pro-life movement. So to you young people, it can become a dating service, and we've been working the pro-life issue ever since. But from that perspective, both Marie and I have never been more hope-filled than we are today. Thank you, all of you, for being here. Today's March for Life, in our opinion, is an engraved invitation to each and every one of us to seriously recommit and rededicate ourselves to the defense of the weakest and the most vulnerable. To recommit with love and compassion, even for our opponents who don't wish us well. To tangibly assist women, especially through the extraordinary work of pregnancy care centers, in order to protect their precious babies, but also to protect their lives. Thank you, Knights of Columbus, for getting so many ultrasounds into those pregnancy care centers. And their Marist poll just found that 83% of Americans, and I hope the media will take note, support pregnancy care centers. Pregnancy care centers, as all of you know, are under siege by some politicians, but especially by Planned Parenthood, or should I call Child Abuse Incorporated, an organization that has killed over 10 million babies in their clinics. We must end all taxpayer subsidies to Planned Parenthood. Today, we recommit to exposing abortion methods, which the other side never wants to talk about, to a society that has chosen to be blind to the realities of brutally dismembering helpless babies with sharp curettes, knives, and the kids, as we know, feel pain from at least a 12th week on as they're being dismembered. And also the poisoning of babies by literally starving them to death with the abortion pill. I asked the Secretary General of the United Nations in a meeting, Gutierrez, in my office, do you know how the pill works? Because the UN and the WHO, they're all handing it out all over the world. I said, it starves the baby to death. I'm all into world hunger, mitigating it. I've offered 2 bills that passed the House on global food security. He says he's for that too. And yet they're starving little children, and then many of those kids are literally flushed down the toilet. We thank President Trump for defeating not 1, but 2 extremist pro-abortion candidates, Clinton and Harris, and for his amazing, amazing defense of unborn children. We give thanks to God that abortion President Joe Biden is gone, but his morbid, he's gone. But his morbid legacy of packing in the judiciary with abortionists, using executive orders to kill more children, and then integrating one great program like the VA healthcare or global health with abortion. He has hijacked so many programs. President Trump's going to reverse that, and J.D. Vance. Let me just conclude by saying that President Trump has done more to protect innocent children than any other president in history. I've been here since 1980 as a member of Congress. We've had great presidents. Ronald Reagan, he was great. Trump has done even more, and then thank God he's back. Since the reversal of Roe versus Wade, achieved by 3 Supreme Court justices that he appointed, and Justice Alito, who's from our old hometown in Hamilton, New Jersey, half the states have enacted laws to protect the unborn child, saving about 200,000 or more children. We are winning. Kids are surviving because of that reversal. The bottom line, ladies and gentlemen, pro-lifers are a people of persevering faith in God through prayer and fasting. We will bear any burden. We will endure any attack. We know that the cruel injustice of abortion need not be forever, and that each day, despite setbacks, many unborn children and their mothers have been protected, and they're thriving. We have hope, and we have just begun. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Smith. Next up, we have 3 inspiring women who will take the podium. First up, we will hear from Lila Rose, author, podcast host, and the president and founder of the pro-life organization Live Action. Following Lila, we will hear the courageous testimony of Dr. Catherine Wheeler. Dr. Wheeler, a certified OBGYN physician who serves on the board of the American Association of Pro-Life OBGYNs. And then last, but definitely not least, we will be joined here at the podium by our youngest speaker today, Miss Hannah Lape. Hannah is a student at Wheaton College and president of Wheaton's Voice for Life Student Pro-Life Club. Help me welcoming to the stage Lila, Dr. Wheeler, and Hannah.
I am so blown away seeing so many of you here. I am incredibly honored and I am so excited. I want to tell you all a story. Last night, I had a debate with a pro-abortion law professor at Georgetown. The room was full of students from both sides. Reflecting on my remarks on my way home, I wondered if I had made any impact on those future leaders. Hours later, I received a text. One of the pro-choice students had changed her mind and was now convinced of the humanity of the unborn child. My friends, this is half the battle, showing up. All of you here, all of you have the power to change minds. At the dinner table, on campuses, at soccer games, you can change minds. You are the voice for those who have no voice. Remember, the science is on our side. Natural law is on our side. The truth is on our side. We must simply have the courage to speak the truth with love. Courage is contagious. One change of heart can save a life. We must also speak the truth to our elected officials. We can start by demanding that they defund Planned Parenthood. It's time. Give that $700 million to pregnancy resource centers instead. And most importantly, we must urge our elected officials to abolish abortion. Abolishing abortion is the most important human rights cause of our time. 1 million of our unborn brothers and sisters are killed every year by abortion. I am so inspired by the incredible love and heroism of Joan Bell, who I believe is here today, and all the other amazing pro-life activists who were granted their freedom yesterday thanks to President Trump and Baby Vance. Thank you, Vice President Vance and President Trump. We can usher in a new golden age for America when we protect every life from the moment of conception. This is our moment. I am so proud of all of you, and I'm so proud of what our nation is and will become by God's grace. Make America pro-life again. Thank you.
Ooh, I'm taller. Have you ever looked back and thought, well, I shouldn't plan any of this for my life? Yet life has a way of getting you right exactly where you need to be. I never planned to be an OBGYN. I never planned to be a mother. But then in medical school, I had an unplanned pregnancy. First thing I thought was, my life and my career are over, because isn't that what they tell us women? But the first person I told said, you're going to be an amazing mother. That's amazing. And more women need to hear that. So I immediately fell in love with this little one. Couldn't believe the love and the miracle of getting to grow a baby. My first rotation back after having my first child was OB. And there I was in the room watching my first birth and just falling apart weeping at the beautiful miracle of life. It became a passion for me. I was absolutely hooked. It was my greatest joy right underneath having my children. But then I went to residency, and in residency I was introduced to abortion, specifically for babies with special needs that we would have called birth defects and anomalies. And we were told in that situation, it's a woman's right to choose. You're not here to judge. If you care about women, this is one of the things that we do in medicine. So for the first time, we didn't talk about the baby or healing. We instead talked about terminating and ending. And for the first time, we completely disregarded and actually intentionally took the life of one of our patients. That was the way I thought about abortion as I did them, that I was helping women. Until one day, and I can't tell you what happened, why, but suddenly the blinders came off. And for the first time, I actually saw the baby I was about to kill with horror. And for the first time, I actually felt the evil presence in the room of what was behind abortion. Somehow I did that abortion. I don't know how. I never did another abortion in my life. And it's been a long road to become 100% pro-life. Yes, thank you, God. My patients always told me the truth about abortion. They told me about how abortion harmed them, about their regret. They would cry to me about their abortions. But when I went to the literature as now somebody who believed in God and knew the horrors of abortion, I found that tragically they had been lying to me. But my patients told me the truth. I had somebody ask me on an airplane once, how in the world, when you've done something that horrible, do you even get up? And I'll tell you, I came to know Jesus, and I came to know his love. Thank you, God. I came to know his love and forgiveness. And so only because of Jesus can I stand up in front of you today, and only because of Jesus can I tell people the dignity, the humanity, and the amazing miracle of babies, and that abortions not only take innocent lives, but they harm women too, and they harm all of us. So I am here today. If you've had an abortion, as an abortionist, I want you to know how sorry I am. And I know that there are people listening who've participated in abortion in some way who don't yet know love and forgiveness, and that you don't have to carry this burden anymore. And to you, I say, please contact me. I would love to talk with you, the American Association of Pro-Life OB-GYNs. And this is why I march. Life is an incredible, beautiful miracle, and God's grace is available for every single one of us. God bless you.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Hannah Lape, and I am co-president of Voice for Life at Wheaton College. For 40 years, Voice for Life has existed to build a culture of life on Wheaton's campus and to serve local moms, babies, and families. Wheaton is so excited to be here this morning, and we'd like to thank Jeannie Mancini for inviting us to carry the March for Life's historic banner. In 1970, Planned Parenthood committed its first clinical abortion in Syracuse, New York, only blocks away from the hospital where I was born in 2002. This abortion was the first in a decades-long genocide that has taken the lives of 65 million boys and girls in the United States alone. With these 65 million, we mourn too for their mothers. If the abortion industry truly cared for women, it would admit the lethal danger of abortion drugs. It would stop leveraging public confusion for political gain, and because abortion is never medically necessary, it would offer both patients in every pregnancy life-affirming care, mom and baby. Today, we affirm that the pro-life generation will not rest until every single abortion facility in our nation closes its doors for good. We will march until every child is protected by federal law, until abortion is unthinkable, and until every pregnant woman receives excellent prenatal care. With the new administration and the fall of Roe v. Wade, the next 4 years of America's history will be defined either by courage or by cowardice. Abortion is not a states' rights issue to be ignored. It is a fundamental human rights crisis weighing on America's shoulders. Our country cannot be great until the preborn are protected and are protected the right to life. Our confidence in the sanctity of all human life from conception runs deeper than civic responsibility, however. It is a timeless gospel truth. We have the assurance that Jesus Christ is the same yesterday, today, and forever. The risen King who sits in glory at the right hand of the Father is the same humble servant who took on flesh in Mary's womb. He was fully God and fully zygote, fully embryo, fully fetus, fully infant, fully child, and fully man. And so, we celebrate today that every preborn child is knit together in the image of God, and we ask our nation to defend their constitutional right to life. Not just for those who are healthy, wealthy, wanted, convenient, or respected, but for every child. Tens of thousands strong, we are a voice for life, and we will speak until heaven meets earth, when death shall be no more. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Lila, Dr. Wheeler, and Hannah. Next up, we have two more inspiring speakers. First up is Beverly Jacobson, joined by her daughter, Verity. Beautiful. Verity is so beautiful. You will see. Beverly will share what inspired her to begin her nonprofit, Mama Bear Care. Following Beverly, and I should say Beverly's husband is also joining her up here. Following Beverly is Josiah Presley, another incredibly inspiring story. I can't wait for you to hear his testimony. I'll leave it at that. So please give a warm welcome to Beverly and to Josiah.
Are there any mama bears here today? Let me hear you if you're a mama bear. You know that mama bear comes out when someone messes with your kid, right? Let me tell you about when I became a mama bear. I was 5 months pregnant, but I wasn't excited. I was terrified. We had been told that our baby girl had Edwards syndrome, and this is a condition they said was incompatible with life. So I was meeting with a specialty doctor because I needed information. I needed hope. I needed someone to show me a path through this. And instead, this is what I heard. So, you're here to talk about your retarded daughter. He went on to say that if she survived, she would be a drain on the family, mentally, emotionally, and financially. Well, let me tell you, Mama Bear woke up. And something changed in me that day. And it changed the course of our whole journey. Because as Mama Bear rose up, so did hope. A fierce Love swept over me, driving me to find the tender care that my baby needed. And look, Verity is here with us today. She is about to celebrate her 8th birthday. Yeah. She is such a gift from God. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. This has not been an easy journey. But as we began to find our new normal, we started reaching out to other families who were on this journey. And over the last few years through our nonprofit ministry, we have been building an army of mama bears rising up to fight for these precious kids. Because these mama bears are told over and over that abortion is the logical next step after they get a prenatal diagnosis. But these mama bears need hope. They need to know that there are people and resources to help them. And most of all, these mama bears, they need to know that their baby bears are a gift from God who deserve to be celebrated. I want to invite you to join the Mama Bear movement. You can learn more and get connected with our ministry at mamabearcare.org. And this is where we advocate for fierce love and tender care. So why do I march for life? I march for life because Verity deserves to be celebrated. Why do we all march for life? Because we know that every mama bear and every baby bear deserves to be celebrated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Abortion Survivors Network, I want to thank you all for being here today. I'm adopted from South Korea, and 2 months into my birth mother's pregnancy with me, she decided to have a DNC abortion. This is a type of abortion where the doctor goes into the mother's womb and rips the baby apart and brings them out in pieces. At the time, they thought everything had gone according to plan and they sent her home. But it wasn't until a few months later that she realized that the abortion had actually failed and I was still very much so alive. At this point, I was kept and born later on that year. I lived in a foster home for 13 months and then was adopted into the Presley family and raised here in the States. This journey has been a long journey. It's been a difficult journey, but this has been the journey that God has placed on my life. And today I march to be a voice for those who are voiceless like I was all those years ago. Today I march because when I was unseen and devalued, my God had a different plan. And today we march to declare what our Creator has already declared. That all human life is valuable because it is created in the image of God. And I don't want you to miss this powerful point today. Today, it's not powerful, it's not a moving day because of us few up here on the platform. Today is a powerful day because of each and every one of you. Because of each and every one of us. Individuals created in the image of God. And called by our Creator to gather today and in one unignorable voice send an unignorable message that every human life is valuable across all ages, stages, ethnicities, economic statuses, abilities, or circumstances. I leave you with this. In Matthew 5, Jesus, he says this, "You are the light of the world. A city set on a hill cannot be hidden. Nor does anybody light a lamp and put it under a basket, but on a stand, and it gives light to all who are in the house. In the same way, let your good works shine before others so that they may see your Father who's in heaven and give glory to him." Today, we are shining brightly, and may we continue to shine every day for the glory of our Creator. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you, Beverly and Josiah, for sharing your very, very powerful testimonies. Stories like theirs highlight the need for life-saving legislation at the federal level, like the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act that passed just this week in the House, and that the House passed and the Senate voted on just this week. We need to continue to call on Congress and the White House to prioritize pro-life, pro-woman, and pro-family policies so that abortion one day soon becomes unthinkable. Right now, you are going to have the opportunity to contact your elected officials and the White House, calling on them to protect the most vulnerable among us. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. You've done this before. Grab your cell phone, pull it out right now, hold it up. Okay, I see some of you holding it up. I'm going to start calling some of you out. Mary, Margaret, hold up your cell phones. We're doing a call to action. Yes, thank you. So now I want you to text MARC8 to 73075. MARC8 to 73075. Send a message to Congress that you want them to protect both mom and baby. Brian, hold up that phone. All right. Hold up that phone back there with that white hat. Come on, let's see your phones up there. 73075 MARCH. Text MARCH to 73075 to be a voice for the voiceless. Every voice counts. So send that text MARCH to 73705, and together we'll send this important message to our elected officials. I know you've all been waiting for our next speaker, our keynote. I'm very happy to introduce you to our keynote, Bethany Hamilton, known for one of the greatest comeback stories of all time, having lost her arm to a shark at the age of 13, only to return to surfing 1 month after. Bethany's story of determination, faith, and hope has resounded in encouragement worldwide. Please give a warm Hawaiian welcome to Bethany Hamilton.
Aloha! Woohoo! We are here to celebrate life, the God-given beauty of children and life and the next generation. Oh, my life has had many turns that I couldn't have foreseen or planned myself. And I think all of us have that at one moment or another. But at just 13 years old, when I lost my arm, I thought, I can't surf with one arm. My life felt upside down, confusing. I felt like everything was chaotic. I didn't know what my future held. I needed hope. Someone came alongside of me and gave me hope that I could surf with an arm. They gave me a hint of inspiration that I could do it. And that gave me the courage and bravery to do what I hadn't seen anyone else do, surf with one arm. It ignited a desire in me to try something that I hadn't seen anyone else do. Fast forward, let me share something deeply personal with you. I remember the moment when I first had my very first pregnancy test. I had a similar fear. I didn't think I could do it. I don't know where that came from. I came from a great family, a Christian household. I was married to a wonderful man. And all of a sudden, I was rejecting this God-given gift and beauty that was only a blessing. What made me think that I wasn't ready? I was at the height of my career. We so often put our career before our children, our family, our loved ones. But still, just like the woman struggling to want to keep her baby, I had similar struggles. And it's humbling now when I look back on that. But the society and culture is so strong, filled with so many lies, and we're all hearing it. I believe that even though everyone here is pro-life, some of you may even struggle with this at some point. None of us are above that. These people aren't inherently evil. They're just being fed lies, and the more they hear these lies, the more they believe them. Now imagine, I had all the support in the world to bring this life. But imagine the woman who doesn't have all the support in the world. She's struggling to have hope that she can do it. She's being fed these lies that she can't do it, and that life has no value. She's scared, she's alone, she's overwhelmed. She feels like her life is upside down. She's being told that death is better than life. But who are we to choose death on behalf of someone else? So here's what I've discovered, and I hope that you here today can help spread this message of hope to all the young women who need to hear this. And maybe even more important, to raise up a generation of young men who can come alongside and do the right thing to serve that woman in the way that she needs. We need strong men. Come on, boys, let's hear it. Woo! Now, being a mother of 4, they are my greatest joy, the most beautiful blessing. They are the high of my every single day. Yes, there's challenges, and yes, it's difficult at times, but the beauty sure outweighs the challenge. And I look forward to every single day serving my beautiful children and sharing life with them. Children are true wealth, and they are truly the greatest blessing that God has to offer us, alongside of His grace. And so today, as we rally around a cause that God has called us to protect life and to love our neighbor, to come alongside of that young man and woman who are thinking of choosing death, to be that person to bring them hope. You know, when I lost my arm, someone came alongside of me and gave me hope. They reminded me of God's love and that maybe there was more to my life, and who knew what was possible. And so these women, they need hope. They need encouragement. They need light in their life. And we as a society need to combat the lies that are being fed to them each and every day. Get strong on social media, because the truth is, this is where everyone is being fed these lies. And so, to all the women who feel like they're not ready for this, let's be a reminder to them to be willing to try and to put themselves out there, to do what seems impossible. Children are heritage from the Lord. Blessed is the man who fills his quiver with them. So, as we march for life, the greatest gift of all, let us send a message of hope and love to the moms and mothers-to-be and to the fathers, that they too can say to themselves, I don't need easy, I just need possible. Thank you, and aloha.
Okay, and now I'd like to announce a very special video.
Hello to everyone at the March for Life. It's a pleasure to speak to you from the beautiful Oval Office. That's where we are right now, the magnificent Oval Office. And thank you for turning out once again to show your extraordinary love and compassion for the unborn. Each year, Americans of every age, color, and background travel to our nation's capital by the tens of thousands to stand up for precious little babies who cannot stand up for themselves. I am proud to be the first president ever to have joined you in person. As you know, this annual march started 52 years ago on the first anniversary of the disastrous ruling known as Roe v. Wade. That unconstitutional decision took power away from the states and the voters, kicking off 50 years of division and anger. But thanks to your tireless work and devotion across 5 decades, that historic wrong was set right 3 years ago. I was so proud to be a participant. 6 courageous justices of the Supreme Court of the United States returned the issue to the state legislatures and to the people where it belongs. It became a vote of the people. In my second term, we will again stand proudly for families and for life. We will protect the historic gains we have made and stop the radical Democrat push for a federal right to unlimited abortion on demand, up to the moment of birth and even after birth. Think of that, after birth. And some people want that. Can you believe it? We will work to offer a loving hand to new mothers and young families, and we will support adoption and foster care. We will protect women and vulnerable children. Under my leadership, a reformed Department of Justice will finally investigate the radical left attacks on churches and crisis pregnancy centers, and we will bring perpetrators to justice. We will get them to justice one way or the other. I will also end the weaponization of law enforcement against Americans of faith, and I'm releasing the Christians and pro-life activists who were persecuted by the Biden regime for praying and living out their faith. I just signed that document, and they're being released. One such American was Paula Harlow. At 75 years old, Paula was sentenced to 2 years in prison after praying outside of a clinic. That's why she was sentenced to 2 years. That's what happened under the Biden regime. In her sentencing, the judge mocked her Christian faith while her husband pleaded to be thrown in jail with his wife, fearing she would die alone behind bars. This week, it was my honor to grant a full and complete pardon to Paula and many others who were the victims of this horrific weaponization. Never again will religious persecution be allowed to happen in America. To all of the very special people marching today in this bitter cold, I know your hearts are warm and your spirits are strong, because your mission is just very, very pure, to forge a society that welcomes and protects every child as a beautiful gift from the hand of our Creator. Thank you for never losing hope and never giving up. Thank you for your tremendous support. God bless you, and God bless America.
Wow, how about that, right? I heard President Trump tell a reporter this morning that he would be watching the March for Life today. So let's let him hear our gratitude for those strong pro-life policy commitments. Thank you, President Trump. We are with you as you continue to stand up for unborn human beings and moms who need a hand. I also want to acknowledge a few members of the President's senior domestic policy team who are here today. These are the people who will be working on the pro-life policy agenda, so you can keep them all in your prayers. My friends, the Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, Vince Haley, is here. Deputy Director Heidi Overton, and Special Assistant to the President, Wells King. Thank you all for being here and for your hard work. Well, last time I was on this stage, I said I was just getting started, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all back here next year. It is now my honor to introduce to you someone else who is just getting started, and who I certainly hope will be back here marching with us again in years to come. In his first public event since he took the oath of office just a few days ago with his beautiful young family by his side, please help me welcome your Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Let me say thank you. Good afternoon, marchers. Thank you for having me. And it is an honor to be standing with you here today for life. We are proud to march with you. And yes, we will be back next year. The excitement, the passion, the unwavering conviction that every single person here on the National Mall clearly feels. It is deeply moving to me and means more to President Trump and I than I could possibly say. For over a half century, this march has united tens of thousands of Americans from all walks of life to rally for the cause of life in our nation. It is the single largest gathering in the world to celebrate our movement, the victories we've fought so hard for, and yes, the victories yet to come. And I want to personally welcome all of you who have traveled from far and wide to our nation's capital. Thank you for your dedication, and it is an incredible crowd, and it's great to see you today. You know, on Monday, we were forced to move all of the inauguration events indoors because of the bitter cold, and it was cold. But you guys, and it's cold today, here you are outside in an especially frigid January. And I don't think I've ever seen such a joyful crowd out here, particularly during this time of year. Now, as you all know, the event theme this year is life, why we march. And there are obvious answers to the implicit question it poses. We march to protect the unborn. We march to proclaim and live out the sacred truth that every single child is a miracle and a gift from God. Now, each time Usha and I welcomed our own children into the world, we saw firsthand the indescribable beauty of new life, and yes, as you can see, sometimes the behavioral challenges that we had on Monday, but they were good. They were good. And watching all three of our kids grow, learn, and become who they are today has been the single greatest blessing of our lives. Now, every parent here knows that feeling, that awe at a newborn child. It is our responsibility to cherish and to protect it. But thinking about the question of why we march, there are also some subtler, but equally more important answers to that question that I want to reflect on today. Now, the task of our movement is to protect innocent life. It's to defend the unborn, and it's also to be pro-family and pro-life in the fullest sense of that word possible. Now, across my own lifetime, I can't tell you the number of friends and other acquaintances I've had who, facing a pregnancy or the prospect of one, react not with joy but with concern. They wonder, how can they afford it? What will it mean for their education, their career, their relationship, or their family? And I know how many of you in this crowd have devoted immeasurable time and resources to help answer those questions and to lend a hand to young people facing a moment of desperation. But by and large, our society, our country, has not yet stepped up in the way you have. And our government certainly has failed in that important responsibility. We failed a generation not only by permitting a culture of abortion on demand, but also by neglecting to help young parents achieve the ingredients they need to live a happy and meaningful life. A culture of radical individualism took root, one where the responsibilities and joys of family life were seen as obstacles to overcome, not as personal fulfillment or personal blessings. Our society has failed to recognize the obligation that one generation has to another is a core part of living in a society to begin with. So let me say very simply, I want more babies in the United States of America. I want more happy children in our country. And I want beautiful young men and women who are eager to welcome them into the world and eager to raise them. And it is the task of our government to make it easier for young moms and dads to afford to have kids, to bring them into the world, and to welcome them as the blessings that we know they are here at the March for Life. Now, it should be easier to raise a family, easier to find a good job, easier to build a home, to raise that family in, easier to save up and purchase a good stroller, a crib for a nursery. We need a culture that celebrates life at all stages, one that recognizes and truly believes that the benchmark of national success is not our GDP number or our stock market, but whether people feel that they can raise thriving and healthy families in our country. And that brings me back to where we stand today. Earlier this week, President Donald J. Trump stood in the Capitol Rotunda and took the oath of office, becoming not just the 45th, but now the 47th President of the United States, and I know all of you helped. With the inauguration on Monday, our country faces the return of the most pro-family, most pro-life American president of our lifetimes. Now, this is the man who delivered on his promise of ending Roe, giving us a monumental, earth-shattering decision in Dobbs. The man who appointed hundreds of pro-life judges dedicated to defending the constitutional liberties of all Americans. And the man who supported pro-family policies like doubling the child tax credit, which happened during his first administration and which we're going to do so much more on in the second administration. Now he's back, and we're going to do it again. Now, yesterday, President Trump issued a strong endorsement of the Born Alive Abortion Act, ensuring that those babies who survived botched abortions enjoy the equal protection under law, which is the obligation of every citizen to enjoy in this country. With his return to office, no longer will the federal government direct FBI raids on the homes of people like Mark Houck and other Catholic and Christian activists who are fighting for the unborn every single day. And no longer will our government throw pro-life protesters and activists, elderly, grandparents, or anybody else in prison. It stopped on Monday, and we're not going to let it come back to this country. Instead, and I know you all saw the news, the 47th president has already issued pardons to those unjustly imprisoned. And I want to be clear that this administration stands by you, we stand with you, and most importantly, we stand with the most vulnerable and the basic principle that people exercising the right to protest on behalf of the most vulnerable should never have the government go after them ever again. Now, the crowd assembled here in this incredible national mall provides an extraordinary example for our nation. You donate to diaper banks, you help find housing for those in need, you help fund the crisis pregnancy centers that give help to young women and young men in a time of crisis. You guys are the beating heart of the pro-life movement, and you've saved many lives already, and you're going to save more again. You being here this very March is a reminder of the incredible strength and unity of the pro-life movement. And from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for marching here today. And most importantly, in your works, you remind us that the March for Life is not just a single event that happens on a frigid January day. The March for Life is the work of the pro-life movement every single day from this point forward. Now, it is a lifelong call to action, a moment in time, but every single day that you guys do what you do, from supporting young moms and dads, to fighting for the unborn, to working with our legislatures at the state and federal level, you make it possible for us to stand here and say that America is fundamentally a pro-baby, a pro-life, and a pro-family country. Now, I hesitate to give you all advice because I can see there are young and old people who have been in the pro-life movement, some of you for longer than I've even been alive, and I'm grateful to you. But if I could offer one piece of advice, it's a piece of advice born out of my own experience. There was a point when I would get frustrated with people who didn't see what we saw. I would get frustrated that people could look at a picture of a baby on an ultrasound and see not a human being, but just a clump of cells. But one of the things that being a father has taught me, and one of the things that being in politics has taught me over the last couple of years, is that it is a blessing to know the truth, and the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection. So please go forth, not with frustration, but with joy. We are joyful to March for Life. We are joyful to know that that picture on an ultrasound, that is a picture of a baby with hopes and dreams and potential to come. It is a joy and a blessing to fight for the unborn, to work for the unborn, and to march for life. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. It's an honor to be with you.
Wow. Can we give a warm thank you to Mr. Vice President? We are most grateful that you would choose the March for Life to be the first public event in office. Joining us now to lead us in prayer is the Reverend Dr. Matthew Harrison, President of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. He has many pastors who are here with him today, and they join him in solidarity. Shortly after we will begin to march, you all have been so patient with our incredible lineup of speakers, but let's give a warm and honorable welcome to Reverend Dr. Matthew Harrison.
Why do we march? Because the blood of Jesus Christ, God's Son, cleanses us from all our sins. Why do we march? Because many consciences in America have died, and we believe in resurrections, and we say, Lazarus, come out! Have I got my guys coming? Have I got my homies? They tell me my homies are coming. We are the pro-life Lutherans, the LCMS, and we have a doxal. They're not coming. So the God of peace, who brought again the dead from our the God of peace, who brought again from the dead our Lord Jesus, the great shepherd of the sheep, by the blood of the eternal covenant, equip you with everything good, that you may do his will, working in us that which is well-pleasing in his sight, through Jesus Christ, to whom be glory forever and ever. Amen. Let's rock and roll.
From all of us in the United States Senate, we wanted to say thank you to all of you who are coming out on this cold January day to stand for the value of every single child.
Today we stand united, not just in belief.
Well, there you have it. Incredible speakers there for the March for Life 2025. And Billy, very powerful stuff. And we're going to go down to the march here in just a second with Madison Seals and Tara Mergener. So stay tuned. We're going to walk the march together. We're so glad all of you are here. Thank you for joining CBN News. And there's Tara and Madison now, and we'll be going down to them in just a moment here. But Billy, quick, wanted to get your reaction. Vice President J.D. Vance, very powerful speech there.
Very powerful speech. He talked about a number of things there, you know, his own journey, that frustration of looking at people who don't understand the issue. They just see a clump of cells. They don't realize that it's an unborn baby. Really powerful words. He comes off so authentic, which is really interesting for a politician, especially on an issue like this. And I thought it was particularly fascinating that he said, we will be back next year, making that commitment at the start of the speech that he's going to be back at the March for Life, that this is not going to be a fleeting thing that only happens one time.
All right, let's send it down now to CBN's Tara Mergener and Madison Seals. They're going to be walking the march so everybody can walk along at home. We're in the comfort of our warm homes here, guys. Describe the scene down there, the temperature, the people, the speakers, everything else. How's it going?
Well, we agree with you. The speakers were incredible. Everybody's excited. It's not as cold as last year, I will say. We don't have much snow, just a little bit left on the ground from the past snowstorm, but it's really not too bad. Sun's trying to come out a little bit, and we're here at the starting line right now with the Washington Monument off to our right, which is a new starting point for the march. So we've got a little bit ways longer to march today, but weather's looking pretty good, so we're excited about it.
Yeah, and it's a really good crowd. We don't have any official numbers or anything yet, but the hordes of people are starting to make their way through. They're obviously, if we could pan over there, you can kind of see them kind of trickling out, but boy, they're lining up and they're raring to go. So definitely the mood is excited, especially with a new administration that's pro-life. And we're going to talk to some folks on this line and get their reactions today to what they heard. Definitely a very interesting and impressive lineup of speakers.
Oh yeah, for sure. We're excited. Yeah. We'll keep you guys up to date as we get to talk to people.
Excellent. And just for everybody watching at home, we have quite a delay, so we're going to do our best to navigate that between Tara and Madison down there. But Tara, hey guys, we did have at the beginning, we were kind of hearing conflicting reports on whether or not President Trump was going to actually speak or not, and he did give that video. So that was pretty interesting to see that come about. President Trump letting his voice be heard at the March for Life. So, Billy, the president spoke as well, and there was a lot of talk about abortion, the issue, and J.D. Vance did a good job handling that in his debate on that issue. And Trump took a little flack for his stance on the states. But lending his voice here to the March for Life again, kicking off this new administration, as Tara just mentioned there, you can't help but feel that there is a new, there's a new sheriff in town on this issue. I mean, with the Planned Parenthood, not getting federal dollars towards that, a whole litany of things happening right out of the gate.
Yeah, no, it's interesting when you look at what Trump said, because if you look before the election, there was a cautiousness with how this issue was talked about because nobody was really sure. Was abortion hurting the GOP? Was it not? And obviously the values that were there, those didn't change. But the way that Trump talked about it did. What was intriguing about this speech that you just heard from him, he didn't really hold back at all. He really embraced, Roe v. Wade being overturned. He said it sent it back to the states. That was the right decision. It gives it back to the people. And so that, I think, was interesting to see that be solidified. So for people who have been afraid or worried, especially with the platform, there were some issues about the GOP platform being simplified, that maybe this administration wasn't going to talk about the issue or care about it. When you send your vice president in person and when you put a video out there, you are sending the message, at least for now, that this is going to be something you are not going to back away from. So I thought that was particularly notable from Trump.
Yeah, and we're just coming off of J.D. Vance's, the vice president's speech, and you heard, I think, perhaps maybe a little bit of a hint of what we're going to hear going forward on this issue. I mean, it was a new way to talk about this issue. Typically, the way people who are pro-life are framed as anti-abortion, right? That's how it's framed in the media, these anti-abortion activists. But the way Vice President Vance laid that out, you heard language like, I love having more babies in America, right? And like, that was just like a more fun way to put what's actually happening here, right? And like, for so long, the press has sort of, cornered pro-lifers into this, like, well, they're us out there just trying to take your rights away, and that's sort of the way it goes, and it's frustrating, I'm sure, to a lot. But when you have someone at the top who's able to articulate a different version of that narrative, which is how people on the pro-life side of things see it, I think that can be a powerful thing.
Yeah, well, I've got a couple of his quotes. He said towards the end, it is a blessing to know the truth. And the truth is that unborn life is worthy of protection. That proclamation of, hey, this life is worthy of protection. He talked about every single child being a miracle and a gift from God. And the part that, of course, I think everybody really laughed at was when he talked about kids' behavior. We've all seen the videos of his son trying to mess his hair up and his wife's hair up, the daughter with the Band-Aids on every finger, which is, if you're a parent, is very relatable to what kids will do. So he told those jokes, but I think, a couple of other things. He said, I don't think I've ever seen such a joyful crowd out here, particularly during this time of year. That speaks to what the March for Life is. And it's a celebration of life, even though it's a protest. And that is so unique. I mean, we've seen protests, people burning cities down, people panicking and doing horrific things. This is not that. This is something else entirely. And it's actually a great blueprint for how we should protest in this country.
Yes, it really is. And if you're just joining us now, we appreciate it. We are covering the March for Life 2025. They're about to get going on the march. Tara and Madison from CBN are down there now. We just talked to them a moment ago. And they're going to be walking along the march. They're going to be interviewing people. And it's always a blessing, Billy, when we talk to these people throughout the march. You get so many great stories, just like we talked about ahead of the speakers earlier today. You just don't know who you're going to meet and run into, and the testimonies they're going to have, the reasons why they're marching. It's always so powerful to hear, and it's encouraging to hear. Like we said, like a lot of times the media narrative is kind of one that's a minority view that's pushed, and it can make you feel isolated at times. So when you see this many people, you see all the schools, you see all the colleges, you see all the churches, you see, and it's not even just churches. You've got secular people in here too that align on this issue. So it's always encouraging to see people, and they have their signs. You see these people here right now with their signs, love life, choose life, and, young folks. And so that kind of, we're going to talk about the numbers as we go on later, Billy. Like this is not something that this is like your grandfather's issue and they're the only ones who are pro-life out here. I mean, this is an issue that could be really changing over the next several years and decades. And of course, that is our prayer. And have they officially kicked things off, guys? I see people kind of walking. I can't tell from our vantage point if they're moving to the front or if they are, or if they're actually starting the march. Does anyone have word on that? It's okay. We'll figure it out. They're gonna start. Some people looks like they're still waiting because they usually do some sort of like kickoff and
yeah. And sometimes there's a bottleneck because there's so many people at that starting point, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'll see our connection there will sometimes get fuzzy. That's just because there's a lot of people around at the very beginning of the march, like when they're all there. But then once they start marching and it gets spread out a little bit, that will improve. Lord willing, as the march goes on. All right, well, Billy, I want to bring in Raj Nair. Raj is our newest member of the CBN team. And Raj, how's it going?
Buddy, you know, speaking of the wildness of having kids, I have an almost 6-year-old, a 2-year-old, and a 4-month-old. So
you're in the zone.
When JD, my fellow Buckeye, was going up there talking about the madness, I totally understand. But you know, Dan, for me, the thing that really changed my life was my first 12-week ultrasound, because before then, it was always theological, and I think that's, you know, a legitimate thing, that this is a very biblical idea to stand for life. But then I looked at that image at 12 weeks, not 25, not 20, not 19, 12. And that image was so crystal clear, a human being, that you've been talking about the narrative changing. And I think for a while it has been, rightfully so, a pretty theological argument. But now the science is catching up. I mean, these things, that clump of cells, no. This is a human being. And you mentioned secular folks that may not even have a faith. It is undeniable, the more we get to see into the scientific aspect of this, that these are human beings worthy of dignity. And you want to talk about theology, I would be more than happy to, because I think that for me, it ultimately is the reason I think this is such an important day and an exciting day. But I think the science is catching up.
Yeah, for sure. And definitely a lot of the speakers touched on that, Raj, about, you know, why this is so important, that we're made in the image of God. And ultimately, that is really the heart of the issue, is that God made us, we're made in the image of God, and therefore life is value. You can't get the value out of life any other way. Mm-hmm. All right, let's go back down to CBN's Tara Mergener and Madison Seals. They're getting ready for this march to kick off. And what's the scene down there? What's going on?
Here we go.
It's getting really crowded and the march hasn't even started yet. To give you an idea of just how many people are here. Right now with me, I have Gabby from New Jersey. When did you get here?
About, I want to say like, we left our school at 6:10 in the morning, and it was so much fun. And I mean, we went to the Basilica before, and then we got here, and there were so many people, and just it's so amazing to see the community and how everyone is really striving for this goal of protecting life and making, you know, the true facts be known to the general public.
And what school are you from?
Holy Cross Preparatory Academy. It's in Delran, New Jersey.
Okay, so a long trip here. You know, one of the things that's so important to the movement is to involve the young people in the pro-life movement. What does it mean to you, and what is your take now? Are you more optimistic now that you've come here and you've seen there's a lot of optimism here today?
Oh my gosh, there's so much optimism, and I'm pro-life, and you know, abortion is something that I'm so passionate about, and I do my own research. And I mean, just to see so many people out here that care about the same thing that I do, it's just so incredibly inspiring, and it truly shows me, especially the growth and the trajectory, the upward trajectory for my generation, that people do care and people want to make it known that life matters, and it's not so negative as like it's being shown on social media.
Right. And was there a speaker today that particularly inspired you? Anything you were really impressed with? There was a lot of speakers there today.
I know. And I mean, I'm such a fan of J.D. Vance, of course, but Lila Rose was just like absolutely amazing. And I just like, I don't even know how to pick one.
Are you excited to get started?
Oh, I'm so excited.
Well, thank you for speaking with us.
Of course.
All right, guys, obviously a lot of excitement. Again, we've said it over and over, a lot of very positive people here at this march, and we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Thanks so much, Tara. And they're going to be out there talking to people throughout the march. It looks like it hasn't started yet, as Tara just said there. But again, young people, you hear her speaking about that. You know, Lila Rose, who I think we're going to be talking to Lila in a little bit. I think we've got a conversation with her, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely, you know, feels like sort of a new day, and like maybe that culture front, guys, is kind of where the next battle is, you know, with Roe gone and then this thing kind of being kicked to the States.
Yeah. Well, and the fact that you're seeing, I mean, as we're sitting here right now, I've had 2 people reach out to me who are with massive groups of young people who came with them to DC, asking where CBN is. But that shows that, these busloads of college students who are coming because they care, and even high school students too. It speaks to that younger factor that you were talking about, this idea that culture is shifting, and there are a lot of negative shifts. We know them, we see them, we report on them, but there's also revival going on. There's also this move towards truth going on in politics, but also in faith. And that's the most important thing. And so I think we see that with this issue. Raj was talking before about the tech. We're seeing technology show us what's actually going on in the womb, and that changes minds over time.
Yeah.
And when you speak about Lila Rose, I think for a lot of people, one of the things that keeps people away from this discussion is they'll hear these one-liners, these like objections where they're like, maybe I don't know enough, maybe I should keep quiet. I don't know how to answer that like particular thing that guy said. Well, there was a video that came out, I want to say less than 2 weeks ago. It was Lila Rose. It's on that YouTube channel, Jubilee. What is it?
It's like 1 versus 30 or something like that. Yeah, they always do. Yeah.
A pro-choice activist. And she absolutely destroyed them. And every objection that you've heard, this one lady is in this one crazy situation. What would you do then? She, point by point, calmly, with grace, answered every single one of those. And so to me, equipping yourself and not being scared of these, contrived objections is the first step. And I think a video like that, where you see these people dish them out, and then she responds with such brilliance, such education, is how people kind of come from behind the shadows and say, okay, you know what? I know this is a hot subject, a very sensitive subject, but now I feel equipped to speak on it.
All right, if you're just joining us, this is CBN News. Dan Andros here, CBN's Billy Hallowell, and Raj Nair with me as well. That's CBN's Tara Mergener and Madison Seals there on the ground. Like we were saying there, we're gonna have some probably until this march really gets going. It looks like they're still kind of in that holding area where they're about to get going. And it looks like are they ready for me to go down? They got an update here. I can kick it down to them in a minute. Yeah, go ahead. What's going on, guys? Is this thing underway or what?
It is, yeah. As you can see behind us, there's flags moving. The crowds have started moving. It took a little bit longer to get started this year because of the high security, because of J.D. Vance being here. So we are now started, and everybody's, kicking off the march.
And absolutely, and I heard you guys mention before, a lot of folks were excited to see that message from President Trump. A lot of conflicting reports on that, as you pointed out, but boy, that really got a lot of people more enthused, even more than they were when this started. So again, a spectacular lineup, but this is, I guess you would call this the highlight, which is the actual march. We've got folks here from all ages, and it's not the end of the day, it's really the beginning, and it really reignites people and their passion for the pro-life movement.
Yeah, and you really see people of all ages out here too. There's a lot of schools here. There's a lot of families that bring their babies out here. We really just see so many different generations represented here every year. And that's always really cool to see. Just it's the same level of passion across the board, but just so many different people here. So we're excited to get to talk to some more.
High school students, like you said, parents. There's a lot of religious groups. A lot of Catholics are here today. Yeah. It's pretty amazing to see. We've got nuns. It's really an incredible mix of people, and everybody equally is passionate about carrying the mission forward, and excited to see what the next year brings under the Trump administration.
Yeah. Awesome, guys. Well, we're looking forward to the people you talk to. And you'll notice, too, guys, that a lot of people, like the groups, will match. Like you can see behind them with the hats. I saw the bright colored hats going back in the background there. So, there you go. Look at that. You can always find the groups, a lot of young people there. And it's a great event. I mean, one of these days I'll get out of my bunker and actually walk that thing. But
you've never done it. I've never done it. Now that I think about it,
because I'm here, I'm always here. Somebody's got to be here, at the command center, right? But I guess it's got to be me. But hey, I wanted to shout out to everyone who's watching. I got about 1,500 of you there on the stream right now. Make sure you hit like and just drop a comment on from where you're watching. Just that helps with the algorithm. That helps people see the stream. And if we can't be there in person, to make our voices heard, you can do that. You can do that digitally, and just drop into the chat. I've already seen, guys, a couple amazing stories shared in the chat. People talking about their stories with abortion. Some that were, told to have one and contemplating it, but then didn't do it, and have a healthy child now. And just there are so many testimonies out there. And again, that's why I'm excited. One of the reasons for this march here is that you see that a lot. Like, we get these testimonies, we get stories from people about why they're there, and you end up just running into some very, very cool stories. And here that comes now. We got Vancouver, Canada, Ohio, and yeah, God bless this faithful crowd. That absolutely. And Hawaii. Okay, all right. How do we get to Hawaii for the March for Life? I mean, that's
that would be a wonderful setting.
Yeah,
you'd definitely be going to that one.
Yep, I would. I mean, suddenly Andros would be all in for being on the ground. Wow, Andros wants to go to it this year. It's in Hawaii. Huh, interesting. I wonder what's up with that. Coincidence, just total coincidence, guys. California, Georgia, from Panama. Mark, all right, glad you're joining us. So glad y'all are here. Make sure you hit that like button. You're doing a good job with that already. Kentucky, Deidre, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah, it'll get into the algorithm. More people will see it, and that'll be a blessing. So you can see Dan, the marches. Yeah, go ahead, Billy.
Well, I wanted to throw something out there because this is important, and I noticed it when I was on the ground there last time. We actually met parliamentarians, people from Congress and other countries, leaders who were coming to America for the March for Life because they look to America and the pro-life movement to figure out how to have the same successes in their country. And I thought, I had never thought about that, right? That this March for Life is actually much broader than just America, because the world, many of these other nations, they're looking to see, look, Roe v. Wade is gone. That's something people never thought would happen. And so they're looking now to us, and they came and we met some of them from down in South America. And so just to keep in mind as we sort of pray for other countries too, who are trying to enact the same sorts of policies and change in their nations.
Yeah, absolutely. Look at that scene there, guys. The Washington Monument. They have not started the march there in the recent past, and that's really cool to see. And again, as I said, once the march gets going and gets spread out, hopefully we'll get a little bit better of a signal there, because it keeps kind of like hopping out on us. All right, let's go down to Madison. It looks like she's got somebody ready to talk. And again, there's a little bit of a delay here, so bear with us, but we'll send it down to Madison now.
Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm here with Philip. Philip, thank you.
We've missed a couple of years, but 25 basically, yes.
Yeah, are you here with other members of your family?
We are. We're here with another couple from our parish. We're from Cincinnati. So yeah, it's our annual pilgrimage. We love the march.
I love that. Annual pilgrimage. Why is this issue important to you?
Life is important, and the confusion that people that are against.
All right, we're working on Madison's microphone there.
It
looks like we lost the connection there to her microphone.
You have to have people that will
we will
make it clear that we're not talking about protecting a blob of tissue like J.D. Vance said, but we're trying desperately to get people to appreciate life, and it is God's gift to everyone.
Mm-hmm. What did you think of the speaker lineup this year?
It was outstanding. It really was, and we got here early, and it for obvious reasons took a lot longer to get in, but it was well worth it.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks for sticking with it. We're glad you're here, and have a safe, warm rest of your walk.
You too. Thank you so much.
All right, well, I couldn't hear the beginning of that. Hopefully you all could hear that, but Billy, Raj, I don't know if you could hear it as well, but again, all ages there. I mean, that's about all I could see from that gentleman. He was representing us more that are approaching the veteran status, where the of the human race, right? Like a little more experience.
I thought you meant us, like me and you, Dan. I'm still trying to pretend I'm young, so I got a little concern there.
That's true.
I still have more hair than you, Dan, so you're doing good.
Barely. So, but yeah, again, the march is underway, and it's a lot better than it was last year. Last year we had some snow, and it was really cold, but people don't seem to care. They'll just show up no matter what the situation is. And again, people are still shouting out in the chat. Appreciate that. In Utah, We saw Guyana in there, Oregon, British Columbia, Wesley Chapel, Florida. Hey, fun fact, Rebecca, I used to live in Wesley Chapel, Florida. Great little area. Loved it. And another one in Florida. So, yeah, glad you guys are all here with us as we march, and you're going to see this whole scene. And I think it's really cool there by the Washington Monument, as I was saying before. Very, very cool. And one of my favorite things, too, guys, is when they show the eventually after the fact, you will see the the time lapse of this whole thing. And that's always cool to see, because you're seeing, a bunch of people in that area, but I mean, that will go on for quite some time now.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, whenever there's another protest that isn't the March for Life, I feel like everyone's tripping over themselves to talk about the numbers, like the media, like, look at how many people are here. But when it comes to the March for Life, it's like crickets on the numbers sometimes. But when you're there, it's overwhelming how many people come. And again, I think the uniqueness of it is they're coming around this issue. There's not some pressing thing, like news thing that's happening that's sparking people to run out into the streets. They're coming, they're planning on it, they do it every year. And to do it for over 50 years consistently is pretty amazing, because let's be honest, the vast majority of those years, they did not see Roe v. Wade being overturned, and nobody thought it was possible. So I don't think we can emphasize that enough. So to have that, victory for the pro-life movement, and now to have the third event since then, really the energy, in my view, is only kicked up. It has not gone down.
Well, I just want to throw in here, guys, there was some breaking news yesterday with President Trump pardoning those 23 pro-lifers. It was mentioned several times during the speaker portion of the event today. Those people who were prosecuted under the FACE Act, some of this stuff was so ridiculous, guys. For, you're talking elderly folks who are in their 70s and 80s who were arrested for essentially praying outside an abortion clinic. And really, really just a what do you call it? Abuse of power, I guess, is the best way to put it. You're talking, and it seemed to be to make a point, right? Like they'd have FBI agents going in there to some of these houses after the fact when they find them on the camera, and then they'd go in there and guns ablazing into these houses to arrest grandma. And it's just crazy. But Crutch, I think if we have it, I'd like to show one of those people was a mom of some young children, and there's video of her when she was out at her protest where the officer actually says, they have it on tape, and they didn't allow this to be admitted. Right, correct. And she's on there, and the officer is on tape saying, oh, they're here all the time. They don't block anybody. But still somehow this got ramrodded through, and she got put into jail. But the pardon set her free. And I want to show you that clip, but I can see that Madison has somebody standing by. So I'll throw it down to Madison first, and then I want to show you this clip of this woman being freed. Madison, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here with Isabel and Chris. You guys, tell me about your sign. We are adopting.
Yeah, so we joined with Lifetime Adoption in March of 2023, and we are currently waiting to be matched with the birth mother that God has planned for us. So hopefully this is the year that we can be matched with our future baby and his or her birth mother. So yeah, just very, very excited and just trusting on God's most perfect timing for that.
Yeah, very exciting. Tell me about the march. How long have you guys been involved with the March for Life?
Yes.
Well, so we started marching. Well, at least I started marching during my time at Franciscan University of Steubenville, where we met. I think that's true for you too, right?
Yes. I started marching probably back in like 2013. Full of marches. It's been about a couple years since we last met. Supporting life and promoting our adoption as well.
And we never thought, it would become so personal for us in our walk. We've been married almost 5 years now, and we were raised in loving families that always promoted, the sacredness of life. And, after fertility in our first years of marriage, we'd always been open to adoption, but we felt God calling us that now is the time to act.
Yes.
So we're really happy to be here.
Yeah, well, that's beautiful. Thank you guys for sharing, and thanks for being here to march today.
Thank you so much.
you.
God bless you.
You too.
Thank you.
All right, Madison. Appreciate that. And there's a QR code on that thing. I forgot to put my phone up while she had that up. But I wanted to show you, we were talking right before we went to that interview about this one pro-lifer who was arrested. And I think this happened over the summer and has been basically locked up since. And then Trump did the pardon. And here she is. And this is a video of her finally being set free. This was just last night. Take a look.
Look at mama. Look at mama. Look at us.
So obviously an emotional reunion there. And I mean, guys, Billy, Raj, this is just what we saw with these abortion protesters, these pro-life individuals who merely went out to pray at these clinics. The FACE Act, it's just the abuse of this was beyond anything like we've seen in the last 4 years.
Yeah, well, let me say something a little controversial too. Some of these people, because there's 23 of them, right? Some of them, allegedly did block. I mean, they went inside, they sat in, they blocked entrances, they changed. But you have to ask yourself the question: if somebody does something like that for a religious reason and it's nonviolent, do these people deserve to go to jail for 3 years, 5 years? One of the sentences was 57 months, right? So there's big questions here because of the FACE Act and how it is applied. And we can get into that after. There's some technicalities and there's a history there. And it was really ramped up during the Biden administration. By far in the history of this law, 3 decades, it was being ramped up during the Biden administration. So there's a lot there. But this woman, Bevelyn Williams, has a great story. She had been involved apparently in crime years ago, had gone to jail, and then found Jesus and came out fighting abortion. And so I don't know how much that history played into the way that they treated her, but there's a lot there.
Yeah, Raj, we'll get your response on that in just a minute. Let's go down to Tara. It looks like she's got somebody standing by.
Almost there.
Sure.
Are we live?
Hey, Nee, you should start on the baby.
Here we go. Ready?
Hi there. I've got a cute baby alert. This is Walter. Isn't he cute? How old is he?
He just turned 1.
He just turned 1. He's so adorable. And this is his mom, Grace, and her mom, Leah. And Grace, what is important? Obviously, you have a beautiful baby, Walter.
Thank you.
And tell me what brought you here today. Grace is from Florida now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, I'm just here to March for Life because I want him to be able to grow up in a society that values life and where every life is equally protected under the law. I think that's so important. So that's why we make sure we're out here every year.
Is this your first year here?
No, we've been here many times.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
And so, Leah, what is the difference? Is there any difference in the mood? We are post-Roe, a few years now. We've got a new administration. There's been some successes and victories on the pro-life side. What differences do you see this year, maybe that were different from previous years you've been?
Well, for sure, the rally felt bigger. It was more exciting with some of the, J.D. Vance being here was super exciting. But it's just great to be out here with so many people who are in support of life and just want to show love. It's a great environment to be a part of, so we're happy to be here.
Do you feel, young people is a big part of the movement and among your friends, or is there any change in attitudes, or is anything changing, or do you see more promise and hope toward this, position, on the pro-life position?
Yeah, I really think that the tide is turning. I think that to a certain extent, the pro-abortion side has kind of pushed it too far with all the lies that they have been spreading. So being from Florida, I got to see it firsthand when with Proposition 4 that they tried to pass and how it didn't pass because Floridians are starting to see that the abortion industry is just lying to us. And I think that my generation is seeing that too.
You were probably excited to see Governor DeSantis here today.
Yes, I didn't know that he was coming, but that was so exciting.
Awesome. Well, I thank you guys for stopping along this very busy route. Let's get one more look at cute Walter. You can never get enough cute baby, right? Look at him sleeping. He slept through this whole thing, didn't he?
Well, he was a little fussy for the rally, but he fell asleep just in time.
Well, for the march. Thank you for sharing your beautiful child and your beautiful grandchild. Have a great walk. You got a few miles, well, 2 miles, right, to go?
Yes.
It's a ways. Thank goodness the weather is really warmed up. Or at least it feels that way with all these people.
It feels great.
Awesome, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, Tara. Look at that little guy. Man, just that is a power nap if I've ever seen one right there. Look at that. I mean, he is out. Nothing is going to faze him right there. I mean, he is snuggled up. I mean, you guys are all parents, right? Raj, you were talking about it. Billy, I know you are as well. You remember I'm past those little stroller days, but man, I used to envy the kids when they were all bundled up. You know, we'd be schlepping out to some parade or something like that, and you know, carrying a bunch of bags and everything, and it's all great. But I'd look down at my kids sleeping all bundled up, and I'd be like, I'd give just about anything to switch places with you right now.
But you have to time the naps right, because if they fall asleep for 5 minutes in the car and they miss that nap window, you are you are done.
Yeah. You are in big trouble. But Raj, go ahead, respond to what we were talking about before.
So, you know, I think if they would have chained themselves to a DMV or a hospital, no one cared. You know,
or the highway, right? These people that like sit out in front of the highway and block traffic for 6 hours at a time. What? They don't go to prison for 3 years.
I think that shows you that this is a spiritual war at the end of the day. You know, as you know, Dan, I used to lead trips to Israel, and there was a couple places in Israel that people would kind of gasp at. And one of those places was the Valley of Ben Hinnom, right outside Jerusalem. And we'd be driving. It's this like kind of beautiful valley. And you say, hey, this is the valley where the kings of Judah used to sacrifice their children to Baal. And they'd be like, oh my gosh, can you imagine how horrific, how awful? I mean, of course God judged those people. I mean, how could you ever do something like that? And you're looking at this valley like disgusted at the former kings of the past. And then it's like, that's the same thing we're doing, guys. And I think what's really beautiful about this march, it might seem pedestrian, it might seem kind of redundant, but the thing is what we're standing for, what they're standing for, the stance that they're making is dramatic. It's profound. It's spiritual. It's not just a stroll through DC. When you say you're fighting for life, I mean, what bigger calling is there? And so I think these people need to be commended and celebrated and applauded for getting out in the cold and walking these streets, because this isn't just a ho-hum conservative issue. This is life. And the opposite of life is death. And we see what happens in the pages of the Bible. And we look at those people kind of like superior, like how could they? But we are in America right now. And so the fight that these people are marching against is beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, really, when you think about it, Billy and I have talked about this on the podcast, the Quick Start podcast that we do every morning. Make sure you're checking that out. But we talk about this, like you said, Raj, being a spiritual battle. You think about the spiritual blinders that are on for people to just fall into the idea, because people play on their fears. You heard a lot on the speakers. If you watch the speeches that were going, what was one common theme that these people talked about? The lies people are told. Now, when can those lies set in the easiest, right? It's when you're a scared young pregnant woman, right? Maybe the dad too. What are we going to do? I'm in high school or I'm in college. I can't do this now. And there comes swooping in somebody saying, well, I have the solution just for you. And this is going to save you from all that pain, but it really doesn't. And like the one woman said, speaking, and I forget her name that was talking, but she said that, you know, you need people to come in there and say, you're going to be an amazing mom, not you need to get rid of this, right? And it is a spiritual battle. It really is. So that's why, like you said, Raj, this march being here is so important on a spiritual level, because a lot of these people are believers. We need those prayers, because I would think every person in the pro-life movement, everyone who was at an organization and everything else, I think they would all agree that they want to be worked out of a job here, right? Like they'd love it they'd love nothing more than if they had to eventually shut down their doors and say, hey, no one's doing abortions anymore, because they're all like, that's crazy. Why are we killing our kids? if we get to that point, I would think that would be considered success. But I don't think we get to that point until people's eyes are open, until the Lord peels back the scales. Because, man, you see some of these debates Lila talked about, a debate that she was having, and that, somebody switched their mind like that. It's the blinders. God's got to remove those scales because people are really, truly believing lies.
And you guys will probably know the quote better than me, but I can't remember exactly what he said, but maybe 10 years ago, Barack Obama said something along the lines of, I wouldn't want my daughter to be punished.
Punished with a baby, yep.
Punished with the baby. And that's it. That's it. In their mind, this is a punishment, which is so, it breaks my heart how opposite that is from what's truth, from what God has given us. There was someone in the early part who said, quoting scripture, blessed is the person whose quiver is full of children, basically.
Yep.
And the exact antithesis of that is, this baby, this blessing, it's a punishment. It really is spiritual, Dan.
It is.
Yeah,
hey,
well,
Billy, I just want to, I can see in the chat, by the way, someone came in and said a fetus is not a child.
Yes, I was going to address that. Yeah.
Were you going to do it? Yeah, I mean,
I was.
I won't steal your floor. Go ahead, respond.
No, I mean, I think we could all address it. I mean, the reality of this is you can have this conversation all day long. When you start looking, okay, so when does it become a child? If a woman is 8 months pregnant and she can legally have an abortion, which there are 9 states where that can happen, 9 locations in this country where you can have an abortion, there are no restrictions, no matter what, certain people will say. Is it not a life? If a woman gives birth at 7 months early, that baby would survive. At 6 months, that baby could survive. Even earlier, that baby could survive. Does it suddenly become a life or a baby once it's born, when 5 minutes before it would have been a crime to abort? It wouldn't have been a crime to abort it. If that baby is aborted at 6 months, let's say, okay, that's legal. But if you have that baby and 5 minutes later that baby were to be killed by somebody, it would be a murder. I mean, think about how nonsensical this is. So I would respond to that by saying, well, when does it become a life then, in your view?
Yeah. And I mean, we can just go for all of us who have done a little bit of Latin study, which I'm not saying I've done it, but my kids going through homeschool right now, they do. They could probably tell you better. But fetus is Latin for offspring. So human fetus is human offspring. What's a human offspring? That's the child in your womb. So whenever someone tries to own you with the whole fetus thing, wow, it's a fetus. It's nothing else. Ask them to define it, and it's kind of going to be like an oopsie kind of a moment.
Yeah. Well, one more thing. This is such an important moment. Just going back to what you were both saying, it's a spiritual battle. Absolutely. Ephesians 6, we know that. But when you start to dig into all of this, for so long, the pro-life movement has been on the defensive, right? Constantly, because Hollywood, media, all the informational spheres outside of the church really selling a narrative on this. And it's exactly the narrative, Raj, that you shared from former President Barack Obama, this punishment, right? And now there's a moment where there are some other voices of power, and they may be unlikely voices of power, but who are speaking up on this issue and making it a little bit more of an offense for the pro-life movement. So there's a real chance, I think, right now, because of the informational shifts, to get younger people to see the truth in the midst of this.
Absolutely. If you're just joining us, this is CBN News. I'm Dan Andros, joined here in the studio by Billy Hallowell, Raj Nair, also of CBN. We've got Tara Mergener and Madison Seals down walking the march right there. You can see our camera crew. That is what you're looking at, live footage of the 2025 March for Life. Started out near the Washington Monument area. President Trump delivered a video message to the supporters there in this crowd. And J.D. Vance, vice president, actually spoke in person. And that was, as Madison mentioned, that was one of the reasons why the march was a little bit delayed getting rolling. Usually it's kind of almost immediate right after the speakers. Had a little extra security there, guys. And just a side note, as I was watching Vice President Vance speak, very, very powerful speech. If you want to check it out in full, you can check out this stream. Once we conclude, you'll be able to go back and scroll through it and check it out. Maybe it's just me, guys, and being sort of, I don't know, PTSD from covering everything that happened over the summer with the Trump assassination attempt. But I don't know that I'm going to be the same for quite some time watching Trump or Vance speak at a podium right now. It's was that just me, or do you guys have those thoughts as well, man? I mean, obviously I'm praying really hard that this sort of violence is just done with and we don't have to have any more of these horrible incidents. But you can't help but be concerned about it.
Yeah.
I think you do need to be concerned. And I think what J.D. Vance is proving is he is here for the long run.
Yeah.
He is setting himself up. I know we just had the inauguration like 10 seconds ago, but his conviction, his clarity, his choice to make this his first public address, I think we will be seeing him, God willing, for decades to come.
Yeah. No, and Dan, my first thought when he walked up to the podium was exactly that. And I hate that that was my first thought. Like, God forbid, in light of what we've seen, look, when we're talking about life and the issue we're talking about here, it's hard not to think about the fact there's been such a devaluation of life in general, right? And I think even seeing the events we've seen politically, the way people are behaving towards one another, assassination attempts, I mean, these things are very troubling facets of a culture that should be well beyond, and yet we've backtracked somehow.
Indeed. Look at the images, guys, coming through right now. So you saw those two younger girls with their signs. They're excited up on top of that. But look at that sea of people right now that Madison and Tara are walking next to right now. That's incredible. That is a lot of people. And if you saw the camera panning back and forth before, it just keeps going. It just keeps going and going. And forget about the frigid temperatures. Forget about anything like that. I mean, they're out there and they're marching, and there are a lot of pro-life people. But Raj, something you said definitely I agree with, and that is J.D. Vance is certainly he's in a unique position here because he's very articulate. I mean, I think it was interesting at the beginning of the campaign, they tried to call him weird, and then he got out there and he was anything but weird. Like, he's got an interesting mix that I think is going to help him in the long term here. We'll see what happens as the presidency unfolds, but he's very articulate, obviously smart, but very relatable too. Like you were saying, Billy, before, when he talks about his kids, he talks about it in a way that feels like you'd be talking like how we were just talking about our kids and wanting to flip-flop it. It feels like you could have that conversation with him. And a lot of times with politicians, it doesn't come across that way. So, given that he decided to do this and lend his position and his voice to the life movement, definitely an interesting sign, interesting choice, and for pro-lifers, definitely a positive one, I think.
Yeah. That weird narrative they had on him, I think was, a lot of it I felt had to do with his backstory almost. It's almost like this dig, like here's a guy who's gone through some things and has had this difficult backstory, but really it's the backstory that makes him so relatable, I think, actually. And his willingness to speak on an issue like this cannot be overstated. It is pretty incredible to watch what we saw today. And I'm very interested, as Raj said, to see what comes next.
Well, I'm going to get to J.D. Vance in just a second, but looking at that crowd that you pointed out, Dan, it was Elon Musk during the election who said, hey, if you live in like a crazy blue state, I know it's not going to make a difference, but put some conservative, sticker on your car or something in your yard just to make sure that people realize that they're not alone. And I think that can be one of the more isolating things is when you're like, am I the only one who thinks that life matters? Am I the only one who believes these biblical values? And what this march is demonstrating is no, you're most emphatically not. And so I think, people might not even realize as they're walking in DC that they're inspiring people. They're inspiring people watching this live stream all over the world that, wow, you know what? Maybe I'm not alone. But back to J.D. Vance, it's funny. J.D. Vance is from Ohio and he married an Indian lady. So his kids are half Indian, just like me. So J.D. and I are basically the same guy. So I'm rooting for you.
We'll leave it there. There.
I love it.
All right. Well, again, you're watching the 2025 March for Life. That's live coverage. Our cameras are down there. Madison Seals, Tara Mergen are down there as well. And as we were saying, President Trump spoke there. J.D. Vance, Vice President, spoke as well. Trump was on a video message. But a lot of powerful messages there today. And like we've been saying, the message now is why we march. Because I think, the first reaction is kind of like, oh, well, why? Why are we doing this? We got Roe v. Wade knocked out of there. That's no longer. So the states are going to deal with this. But I mean, I really think that the next step is not some incremental law. I mean, those things are fine, right? Like you implement some sort of law that might stem the abortions, and that's good. But I think really until hearts and minds are changed, that's when this thing is really going to move. All right, looks like Madison's got someone to chat with, so we'll send it on down to her.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll let you do all the talking, Sean. All right. I can smile and wave.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm here with Sean and Peter. Guys, tell me about your sign. Tell me about why you're here.
Hi. Yeah, we're here with the New Columbia Movement. We're a traditional Christian fraternity. We come out to the March for Life just about every year. This is our 3rd year running, and I've been coming here since I was a kid. We're out here to support the right to life. It's the most fundamental thing that has to be supported, and that's why we're here.
And is there anything different this year than previous years?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think, with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, things have definitely changed. The dynamic has changed. We still have to fight for what's right, to continue to advocate for the right to life for all babies, no matter what state they're born in. But the momentum has definitely shifted, and I think that's what everybody's really excited about. And so it's changed the dynamic and why we're here. But the mission hasn't changed at all. We're still here to support the right to life.
Yeah. What are you hopeful for from this new administration in the coming years in terms of pro-life policy?
I'd like to continue to see support from the federal level for overturning some of these pro-abortion policies at the state. I would really like to see something federally mandated. I think it's one of the most basic things as an American citizen. You have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The core element there is life. And so I think that the federal government absolutely has a responsibility to step in. I know that's something that Donald Trump hasn't really spoke to too much, but I think they absolutely have a right and responsibility to step in to defend life at all stages, and I hope that they make efforts towards that.
Yeah, it was encouraging to see Vice President Vance out here today and to see these massive crowds in the years post-Roe, too. So looks like there's lots of people who agree and think the same way, but we're hopeful. Thank you guys for being out here today and marching in the cold.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you guys for being here.
All right, and there you go. Some young gentlemen there making their voices heard, talking a little bit about the laws that are being passed. We were just talking about that, how that is important. Like, that's one side of it, right? But it's truly not going to go away. I'm a big firm believer, guys, that politicians are sort of spineless and will go the way of the people. So if they know they're going to be less popular by taking a certain position, let's just say abortion got to the point where it was 95% opposed, right? No politician would be out there supporting it. That's just the way it goes. They tend to blow with the wind instead of, in rare cases, they lead and they change the tide, but most of the time they follow the tide. So that's why it's incumbent, I think, on the pro-life movement to get real traction, to really get this thing going in the other direction. And I think there has been a lot of traction made. And I think it starts with just the basic discussions, right? Because there's a lot of emotion tied into it. If you ever noticed that, if you ever watch like these debates online, and I've watched several of them, there is a ton of emotion tied to this issue, and they'll run around in circles, and you might have the best logical argument, but the emotion is there, and that's tough to overcome sometimes.
Yeah, no, it is. And I think the other factor you have to keep in mind here is that this has been an issue, and I don't want to be too negative here, but we have to address it, that has benefited and hurt both sides of the political aisle. And whenever a politician sees a benefit to an issue, there's a reason why when we talk about tax policy, right, pay their fair share is a line we hear because it works, right? It's a line that has resonated and potentially hurt one side or the other. So we have to understand that the politics around the abortion issue are complicated, and we want to be aware of that as we're navigating it. But to your point, Dan, you got to change the hearts and the minds. One area federally, and I don't know that we'll see Trump do this, would be looking at, a 5-month ban with exceptions, trying to create a point that maybe brings it back a little bit, because again, you do have, I think, 9 locations right now across the country where there are absolutely no restrictions, and numerous others where late term is allowed. So people may want to bring some of that back a little bit, and that's a discussion to be had.
Absolutely. Absolutely. All right. Somebody's alarm's going off. Someone's late for something, guys. You're watching the 2025 March for Life. That's our cameras down there on the march. Where are they at in the parade route? Who knows? DC. Well, there we go. We got somebody waving in. Does anyone know exactly or about where we're at there on the march? I don't know if we have a map of the route or not, Crutch, but Oh, yeah, there we go. It's a little different this year. But yeah, I'm not sure. Oh, they're there. Okay. Is that where they are, where the F is on there? Yeah. Yeah, my eyes are pretty terrible, so I'm not going to be able to see that right now. But that's, yeah, they're on Constitution and that intersection there, and they're making the turn. A little bit different of a route than usual this year, but nevertheless, that's about where they are right there. Smithsonian nearby. My eyes good enough to see that one. You know, guys, you're approaching 50 when the eye thing starts becoming a situation, right? I don't know. That just happened to me like all of a sudden. I'm just like squinting my eyes at everything, and I've always had pretty good eyesight, and that's been my excuse now for why I miss all my shots in the elderly basketball game I play in the mornings for some exercise. It's like I used to be able to shoot, and I can't now, and I'm like, well, must just be those eyes. But nevertheless, we're getting through it. But there's the march, and it is moving along. And a ton of people, and you heard somebody earlier, guys, say that this was actually even bigger than some of the previous ones. And given what we've seen with Roe and everything, that's really awesome to see that this thing is increasing in size.
Yeah, it is. It is. And, you know, when you look at some of the numbers, though, too, I mean, we've seen shifts, and just like on public opinion in general, when it comes to abortion, there was just a survey that came out yesterday that 67% of Americans support placing legal limits on abortion. And so there's more support, I think, on this issue because, again, we're talking about it more. The reality is becoming more apparent. And in fact, 60%, and this is a really interesting number, would support actually restricting abortion to the first 3 months of a pregnancy. I mean, that's 6 in 10 people. It's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, Crutch, I know that we were able to catch up with a few people. I don't know which one you've got queued up. Lila Rose was one that some of our people have talked to. Obviously, a huge voice in the pro-life movement. Raj, you were talking about her interview on Jubilee. If you haven't watched one of those Jubilee things, it's cringy, but it's also fascinating at the same time. Basically, they put like one person in the middle of a room, and there's like 30 college kids or some group that'll be there, and they just fire questions at this one person. It's like 30 on one, and it's a pretty wild situation. I saw Charlie Kirk, I think, did one as well. But all right, let's take a look. We were able to catch up with Lila Rose here just a few moments ago. Let's check out that conversation.
I'm here with Lila Rose, founder of Live Action and speaker today. We are now in the third March for Life post-Roe. So I want to get your thoughts on where we are as a pro-life movement. Have you seen the pro-life movement back down in the last couple years post-Roe? Or if you have, how do we get reinvigorated?
Yeah, we are not backing down. We are all in. Our movement is one of urgency and vision. We know that human life is precious. These babies deserve to live, and we're going to fight until we abolish abortion and that we ensure that every single child is protected by both the law and by society's embrace of them.
Yeah, and something else we've seen just in the last couple years is this push for mail-order abortion drugs. How has that impacted the number of abortions nationwide?
Yeah, I mean, it's horrible that the abortion industry can now just ship a lethal pill through the mail. Our U.S. Postal Service has to ship pills that kill babies and to send them to, young girls in college dormitories that are bleeding out in bathrooms. It's absolutely despicable. These are pills designed to starve a developing baby to death and force a miscarriage. So we need to block and we need to ban the abortion pill. The healthcare should care for the patient, not kill the patient. And under Biden, he lifted regulations that were basic, ensuring that a woman, if she was going to take an abortion pill, had to be at least seen by a doctor. That's not even the law anymore. And now 1 out of every 30 women who take an abortion pill is going to the emergency room. So it's insane. I think it's a no-brainer that the new administration, President Trump's administration, should block the abortion drug from being on the market and roll back the pro-abortion executive actions that Biden took.
And we get to hear from Vice President J.D. Vance today, which is exciting. So what do you think that says about this incoming administration and their commitment to pro-life policy?
I'm really hopeful. It's great that the Vice President is here. I hear there might even be a little video from President Trump. I think that's awesome. And anything that they do for life, the pro-life movement is going to cheer every step of the way. We want to see wins. And, you know, President Trump, I think he said that he wanted to do wins for the movement. He said at one point that he was the most pro-life president ever. Obviously during the campaign, there was backtracking, which was really frustrating, but it's exciting to see this first action. And, keep in mind, there's over a dozen other executive orders from last administration that haven't been signed yet. So we're waiting. Take out the pen, sign the papers. Let's do it. Lives are on the line. There's no time to wait.
That sounds like one of them might be up there right now, so I don't want us to miss that. So
let's listen.
Lila, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Great job.
All right, great job, Madison, there with Lila Rose. And, man, she brings up a big issue, and that is kind of Billy and Raj, since this Roe v. Wade, then, these pro-abortion advocates went right to these abortion pills and like, well, if we can't do it in this state, we're going to just ship them to you at home. And it's pretty wild and sad that that's happening. And like she said, they're calling on Trump to do something about that.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now that that's the vast majority of abortions, obviously, right? It used to be like 50-50, 50% surgical, 50% abortion pill. It's well over 60%, according to some sources, which means this is the primary way now that people are doing this. And you have states where it's not legal. In fact, I believe Texas has been suing a doctor in New York for prescribing, if I'm correct on that, for prescribing a pill or the two pills you need to do this for somebody who lives in Texas. So you have people going outside of their state to order it through telehealth, right? So it's a whole other system of abortion that we weren't dealing with when it was more so just surgical.
And we just had Lila Rose on, and I think one thing that's really been beneficial to me is just actually watching her, as they say, the young people say, cook on different YouTube videos. And you get these questions like, well, what about the health of a mother? What about an ectopic pregnancy? What about the abortion pill? What about people that have to travel states and the mother bleeds? Like all these like extenuating circumstances. And if you ever just watch her field these questions, she's able to articulate them. And for the casual viewer, I think it's crucial that when we are levied these conversations, we at least have an understanding of how to respond to them. And Lila Rose is she's a very just kind of mild-mannered person, but she's a juggernaut when it comes to answering these kind of questions. So for me, this is just a little tangent. If you ever want to educate yourself on how you answer these kind of murky questions about the abortion pill and things like that, just watching Lila Rose on YouTube has been very beneficial for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, she is she's a killer on that when you're talking about debates, right? I mean, you do not want to go into a debate with Lila Rose on the other side of things. And look, it helps that she has the truth on her side. It's a lot easier to debate these things when you happen to be correct on this. And I have yet to see an argument from the pro-abortion side of things that doesn't contradict itself in 100 ways and twist itself up like a pretzel. Like you were saying earlier, Billy, like where does life begin? Like what logical sense does it make, this viability, this arbitrary line that's been drawn about viability? I think I'm forgetting her name, but there's a woman who's a pro-life advocate, and she made a great video about the magic birth canal, and it's just kind of sarcastically mocking this idea that at some point, in the birth canal, it's like, not a life, not a life, not a life. And, it's a life. What is that magical moment? They don't have it. Obviously, it is the moment of conception. When you look at, and this is just what a testimony to how great our God is. When you look at the very moment of conception, the DNA life map is there. And these aren't just these materialist atheists want to tell you that it's just cells, moving around. But man, it is a blueprint, very specific. The proteins, everything's moving like with a super purpose, intentional, with a job. And, within just like a week or two, you've got all the major structures are there, even though they're really little, they're there. I mean, you can hear, I think probably all of us, with our wives have had some experience with miscarriage. Unfortunately, in a fallen world, this is something that happens, and that happened to us as well. But I'll never forget. I think it was at like 6 or 7 weeks. We went in for the ultrasound, and you hear the heartbeat. You hear the heartbeat at just a few weeks, and that's your first connection to that child. And how you can listen to the heartbeat of a developing child, albeit very little, and not realize that that's a human in there. It's really evil that that lie is perpetuated on it. And I think all of us, when we're in that moment, to a man, I think, you have to admit what it is and what's going on there. But like I said, eyes are blinded.
Yeah. Well, when you look at, what J.D. Vance was saying during his speech, which was very interesting, he brought up, and we'll often see this, undocumented women ask, will my unborn child be a citizen, right? This was a headline in the New York Times. And it was so fascinating to me because there are certain moments where it's like we acknowledge this unborn baby as a human, but when we don't want it, it's not a human, right? But when somebody wants it and they want it to be a citizen, it can be a human today. That's really troubling, and we need to actually call that out when we see it, when the language is not adding up. When you lose a baby, we went through a miscarriage. It's traumatizing and very difficult to go through. You feel a loss. Why do you feel a loss? Because it was a life, right? So just an important distinction to make.
And to your point, Dan, about the ultrasound, for me, I don't try to get emotional very often. I try to be a tough guy. But man, when I see my 12, 10-week-old, babies in my wife's belly, it is beyond miraculous what you see being developed in my wife's belly. And I think when you see the hands and the feet and the head and the heartbeat and the spine, and we're not talking, a couple weeks before delivery. We're talking about a couple of weeks after the whole thing happened. And it's like, you have to just marvel at, you said it starts off small. And that is part of the miracle, that this little lima bean becomes a full-grown little dude. I have 3 guys, so all my sons all my kids are dudes, and you see this development, and it's like that screams of the Creator, that screams of miraculous divine intervention, to have something just so beautiful happening. And I think for me, again, it was always theological, but man, when you see an ultrasound for the first time, especially the 3D ones they have now, I don't know how you can even, I think maybe that's why, maybe part of the reason that the tide is turning, because we can just see clearly that's a human being.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And listen, breaking news here. We've got a troll in the chat. And, listen, instead of joking and making fun, I think we all need, I see the people in the chat are kind of on this train, but we just need to be praying for Regina, and they're clearly lost on this issue. And Regina, I don't know if you're a believer or not. I pray you are, and I pray you come to know the Lord. So we're definitely praying for anyone who's lost, not only on this issue, but just doesn't know the Lord. I mean, ultimately, that's what we want to do, is draw people to the Lord. And I think life is one of the ways you do that. When you look at the miracle of life and just how incredible it is, like you were saying, Raj, it points to our Creator. It points to just how incredible He is. We're not happy accidents. And you just look at, just the complexity of the human design and the human body, and just how wonderful and amazing it is. You cannot help but be in awe of our Creator. And this day here where we march for life is a large part of celebrating that and acknowledging that people are valuable. Some of the, in that chat, the person I was talking about that's sort of, trying to make these comparisons to to chicken eggs and things like that. It's like, well, those things are not made in the image of God. Humans are made in the image of God. That is what gives us value, because precisely we're made in the image of our Creator, the one who gives value to all things. So we need to be praying for all the lost, particularly on this issue. But there you can see is at the Capitol building. Like I said, I got those eyes, but it looks like the Capitol there in the distance. Do we know where this thing is ending this year? Where is it wrapping up? Sometimes it's at the Supreme Court building. I know before Roe that was kind of the case. Do we know where this one is wrapping up this time?
I don't off the top of my head, but I think they moved away from the Supreme Court because they've already won that battle. So it was going to the Capitol last year, I believe. So my assumption is that's why you're seeing it. It's probably heading that way.
Yeah. So perhaps in the home stretch there, still a little ways away. But as you can see, a ton of people marching still. A little bit of a cloudy day out there, a little chilly, but like we said, no snow. Last year we had snow coming down, which was pretty to look at from here in our studios, watching it comfortably while Madison and Trey last year, now Tara this year, going through it. So the March for Life 2025, and you are looking at our CBN cameras down there live, gentlemen. And, you know, a lot to talk about. You know, we kind of touched on it a little bit about this weaponization of the DOJ, you know, with these pro-lifers and the FACE Act. You know, Mark Houck was a story that we covered. That one, man, because we had the visuals, that one really was something else. And guys, I wonder if there's going to be, if the Trump administration, if anyone in there will open any investigations, because one of the questions that I had after covering that story, covering the Mark Houck story in depth, looking at all the court cases and the files on that thing, there was no justification for them to keep pressing charges on this. In fact, they lost it at the local level, and then the feds took it back up, and it's just like, why? And the Thomas More Society, they're telling us that, you know, these federal prosecutors don't pick up cases unless they feel like they've got a 95 to 100% chance of winning. Like, they will not take them if they are unless they were almost certain that they are going to win these cases. And in the case of Mark Houck, anyone looking at this knew they said they did not have a strong case at all. This was weaker than weak. And again, it was immediately, once it went, it was basically immediately tossed out, as the Thomas More Society predicted that this was not a good case. And it basically got tossed out right away. So why did that get picked up? Who made the call to say, you know what? We've got to do this? Because what did happen out of that case? What are the lasting images from that case? And what they are is a pro-life guy with his family having a bunch of federal agents surround his house, guns drawn, to bring in this guy, and his kids are traumatized and everything else. So why do that? Is it to send a message? And why do this with these FACE Act prosecutions? Why give these heavy-handed sentences? Why spend all this energy on doing this? Could it be to send a message? And so, if so, who made that call? Because clearly this was out of protocol for normal federal prosecutor type cases. They wouldn't do this when you have a case like this. So who made that call? And I wonder if there'll be investigations into that at some point. Maybe, maybe not. But there's certainly, without question, was a weaponization of the DOJ here in the last 4 years. And I think that's part of the relief, part of the excitement that's there today, especially with these pardons coming for the 23 pro-lifers that were arrested under the FACE Act. I think part of that relief today is that the Trump administration has basically saved lives. Save the lives of these people that otherwise would have been in prison for a couple of years.
Yeah, you know, it's important that we, because I feel like we've mentioned the FACE Act a number of times. You know, I don't know that we, just to kind of give a quick explanation, the Freedom of Access to Clinics and Entrances Act. And it's important to know this goes back to 1994. So this is a law that's been on the books. We mentioned this at the top for a long time. The goal is to prohibit violent, threatening, damaging, obstructive conduct. I'm looking at the language here, intended to injure, intimidate, or interfere with the right to seek, obtain, or provide reproductive health services, abortion, right, or other things related to it. But what's interesting, this law is actually supposed to protect churches too and clinics. And I bring that up because if you remember, when the Dobbs decision was leaked before Roe was overturned, immediately churches across the country and pro-life pregnancy centers were attacked. They were firebombed, and it seemed like there was an influx of the government, the DOJ, going after the pro-lifers and not as much going after the churches and the people who had assaulted churches and firebombed. So I want to point that out because this law is actually supposed to protect churches as well, not just clinics.
And to your point, I think when it comes to the weaponization of the justice system, I think you could say that this has been a watershed moment for more than just that. You want to talk about Mark Zuckerberg getting on Elon Musk on Joe Rogan's podcast the other day and talking about how he was basically coerced to silencing people. And so I think you have this from all aspects of now this whole thing has just, it's like the vibe or the atmosphere has changed in the past week where it's like, you know what? Maybe these like silent arrest and these like shadow banning and this Department of Justice obstruction. Maybe all that just kind of goes away because it's no longer protected, or there's not some mysterious force allowing all of this to happen. I think it's all connected.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, looks like Tara's got some folks standing by. We'll send it down to her.
And they're exhausted.
Oh, I know. I'm tired too.
Yep.
I've been to the Supreme Court many times, but today it just.
Okay. Do we look at you?
Hi guys. Well, we've been talking a lot about this is a march for all ages, and I have Kathy from Ohio. I have Xavier. And I have Matthias. They all made the trip here to do this March for Life. And thank you so much for talking to us. I'm going to start with you guys. And Matthias, what do you think of the march so far?
I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's a little tiring having to walk, but I like it.
It's definitely far. We've got the Capitol behind us. We're getting closer and closer, but it sure feels like a long walk today. But are you having fun?
Yes.
What impressed you today?
That all these people are here to defend abortion. I think that's really great.
And why are you pro-life?
Because I think, because everybody else thinks pretty much, because everybody else thinks that abortion's evil because it kills babies.
So
Amen,
you're making your statement here today and supporting these folks. Okay, great. And you are Xavier. How old are you, Xavier?
10, going on 11.
All right. Wow. When's your birthday?
February 23rd.
Oh my goodness. Well, happy birthday. 11's a big year. So what do you think of this march? Is this your first time here?
It's my second time, and I think it is really amazing.
What did you like best? Were you at the rally and did you hear the speakers?
Yes.
And who did you like most? Whose speech?
J.D. Vance's.
Really? What did you think was important that he said?
A lot of stuff.
Anything in particular?
Not really.
Okay. All right. Well, this is Kathy. This is Grandma. And Grandma, did you come down today to the march? Did you drive down?
We've been here for 2 days.
Okay.
So
obviously you feel this is important to share with your grandchildren. Why is that?
Because abortion is destructive, not only of the baby's life and a horrible way to treat any human being, but the women suffer. And the deceit and the damage that is done to the women and the death that is leveled against babies in such a horrific way is not something our country, which is built on the backs of families, should be allowing. And after years and years of praying outside of abortuaries and witnessing the damage it does to women, and being raised by a mother who did the same thing. Back in '73 when the Roe v. Wade started, she was out on the sidewalk. And she raised us pro-life. We raised our children pro-life to learn the truth. And now their parents, we're helping their parents raise the next generation. So.
Do you feel it's a responsibility? Obviously, abortion is something that's very uncomfortable to talk about with children in many cases, but clearly you feel like this is a family matter to have an open discussion, and especially because you're here today.
Absolutely, because they're going to be out in that culture, and there are age-appropriate ways to introduce them to this and then bring them forth into a full understanding. And the only way abortion is going to be defeated is right here in the heart. And if we don't form the hearts of our children and the souls of our children rightly, it's never going to end. Because they'll get out there, they'll go to college, they'll talk to friends, they'll get in a situation maybe, and if they don't have that foundation and that love built in, they'll just become part of the culture that is not pro-life right now, but with God's grace, it's becoming more and more so. So.
Right. Well, you're getting closer. We've got, I'm not really sure how much further we've got. Not too much.
It's okay. It's all for the babies.
It's great scenery. I feel like it warmed up.
It
right?
Did. All this love, all these bodies.
It must be that. Well, I thank you guys. You did a great job, and happy trails.
You too.
God
bless.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you. All right, guys. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Tara. Oh, man. I loved the first little guy there. I mean, he just said it perfectly. Abortion. And he's like, well, I mean, pretty much everybody knows it's evil. Well, unfortunately, not everybody knows it, my man, but you are absolutely correct. And I agree with the wisdom from Grandma there, talking about, the fact that the hearts have to change. Like, we've got to get that going on the hearts for the reasons we talked about earlier. So there you go. You can see on the map. You can see the Capitol there. Crutch, if you have that map, I think we have the one with the route. There we go. So obviously they're approaching the Capitol. So you can see they were coming down. Earlier when we looked, they were over there by the Smithsonian. And so I'm guessing we're probably at that first turn there-ish, somewhere around there, because you can see the Capitol in the background. There they are. They're heading up on it right there, the F. The F is where they are. And so they'll walk around the Capitol there, and then it looks like it is going to wrap up at the Supreme Court. You can see the Supreme Court, I believe, is there on the far side of the Capitol building. So it'll end right in between there, and we'll walk it. We'll walk it right on through up until the end of it there. So, and you can see, I mean, this is Tara and Madison have been, what they do is they'll stop, they'll find somebody that wants to talk, and then they'll chit chat, and then they pause. But then as they're paused, like, you can see the march just continue to go on by. It just doesn't stop. There's just so many people there, right? Like, I mean, it's crazy, guys. I don't think people understand how difficult it is, like, when you're organizing an event, to get this many people out to something. I mean, this is incredible. Like, not very many marches or rallies are going to have a crowd like this. They just aren't.
No, they're not. And then to have it persistently for 5 decades, more than 5 decades, I think is there are very few issues that can rally people. I think no better issue than life, to rally human beings together for the truth. And, obviously this is a faith issue. For Christians, this matters deeply. But one of the things that shocked me the first time I went to a March for Life, I've been to a number of them, was meeting atheists, meeting, agnostics, people who didn't have the Christian perspective, but who recognized from their view. And of course, this gets complicated from a theological perspective, why they thought this was wrong. And so it is a broader coalition than you would imagine. And again, I think it's just so horrific. Like that little kid said it best, that it makes people want to come together to try and change that tide.
Yeah, and I love too, by the way, the younger young man there who went and said it when Tara, he said his birthday, I think, was next month, and so she was kind of wishing him a happy early birthday, but in his mind, his birthday is a little far off, and you could kind of see his face go like, "What? Like, what do you mean happy birthday? It's like we got a month here before this happens." So, yeah, you love it. I mean, you just love to see it. You love to see the kids out there. I mean, you never know what you're going to get with kids when you get these interviews. It's just fantastic to hear their perspectives at this point in their journey. And I think it's great, to get them out there and get them going on this issue, because as the grandma said there in that interview, like, yeah, it's a tough topic, but you can talk about it with just basic right and wrongs, right? It's wrong to kill. It's bad to kill. That's what abortion is. Look at this crowd right here. That's a group. You can tell by the hats. I don't know if we're going to talk to them or if we were just checking them out walking by, but yeah, that's always fun too. These big groups of students they'll get the same hat, and then have it. It's very easy to identify these groups. So,
and you should talk about it, and you should bring your kids. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about this rally is that, hey, if you grow up in a pro-life Christian household, then you suddenly are in a academic setting and you don't know exactly why you believe, or you've never really heard someone speak on it, like all those brilliant speakers at the beginning of the march. You just kind of know that you are, but you don't really know how to defend it. I think that's a problem. And I think that's what's so beautiful about this, and having all of those young people, is that now they're going to be able to articulate, now they're going to be able to understand, now they're going to be able to defend, the biblical mandate to support life.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and there you can see the U.S. Capitol building there, and it'll certainly be interesting, guys, as we get near the. I guess we're probably the latter third here portion of this route. You can see people taking pictures there by the U.S. Capitol. It'll be interesting to see how the fight for life develops here. Well, it'll be interesting to see what kind of inroads are made in culture, because I do feel like there's a change. I'm interested to hear the people in the chat. By the way, I see you guys continuing to comment. I want to get your opinion on this, and maybe I'll figure out a way to phrase this as a yes or no. Maybe we'll just go yes or no. The question is, do you see a massive culture shift with this Trump administration victory, or not? Or are we still going to be as divided as ever? And a couple of little anecdotal things that make me think, yes, there's a culture shift. I want to say it's a little thing, but it really caught my eye. And that was when all of the athletes started doing the Trump dance at celebration, like in the end zones and stuff. Football players, there was a whole streak there while the election was heating up or right after it. They're doing the Trump dance. And at the end of the first Trump administration, it was just like so toxic for people in culture at large to like mention Trump or be associated with Trump. And so by an extension of that, the pro-life movement. And so I guess my question for you all is this a big culture shift happening, or will we continue to be more divided than ever? Or are people starting to wake up a little bit? Maybe a great awakening sort of situation coming. So yes, if you think yes, no, if you think no. I see a couple yeses in the chat already. I'll look for them to come in, and we'll see if we can get. That was the best way I could phrase that, as a yes, no. I don't know how good of a job I did there, guys, but what do you guys think?
I think yes. I think we've seen a massive culture shift. I was in D.C. on Sunday and Monday and was around some events, and Dan, we've talked about it. And some of the people that you would see at these events are not people you would traditionally see. They're not people you would expect to see at these events. And we've even seen everybody from the Real Housewives to, numerous people. There's no benefit to them speaking out. If it were 2020, they wouldn't have, right? But they're openly saying, hey, Gavin DeGraw, these musicians who I thought some of them were pretty far left, or at least progressive, who have come out in support. And so I think it's become okay. Joe Rogan, my goodness, go down the line. So I think there's a shift because I think people are fed up, All
right, we'll get back to that, Raj. I want to get your answer on that, but it looks like Tara's got some more folks to chat with, so we'll send it on down to her.
Is Maine still cold?
Yes.
This is like child's play, right? L.O. Bean. L.O. Bean. Yeah. Hey guys, I'm chatting here with Ann. She is from Lewiston, Maine, and her sign here caught my eye. So we stopped her on the walk here, and we're curious, Ann, what brings you here today, and what does the sign mean? You said a friend designed this?
Correct. And it's to symbolize life. We've got to stay in the womb for 9 months and become a person. It's
so basically what it means is that if you make it the 9 months, you survived.
That's right.
Are you referring kind of to the culture in a way of life is not necessarily non-negotiable?
Correct. God designed it this way to be life, and why would we stop it? We're not supposed to stop it.
And you guys, are you all from Maine? We've got a little crowd here. Are they the L.O. Bean crowd? I used to live there, so I love these folks. They know warm weather gear. What is your name, ma'am?
Janet.
And what does it mean to you to be here today?
I was not able to have children, so for me, I just am overwhelmed at seeing the amount of support that there is for life here, and it's important for us to remember that we do have to support life from conception to natural death, and so I'm just excited to be here to support that initiative.
Oh, is this your first?
This is my first.
And you got a really interesting lineup of speakers.
Yes.
What did you think of the lineup, J.D. Vance and Governor DeSantis? What was your key takeaway from that?
The amount of support and, again, I guess you can say love that was in all of the talks that were being given, that they were here for not just for us, but really for the babies. And we need to support those babies. And I think it's just important for us to really look around, and because we have been living in a culture of death. And I think this shows that I feel that there's going to be a change in our culture. I'm hoping, that's my hope. I'm Catholic, and we are in the year of hope, the Jubilee year of hope. Pope Francis just put that out there, and so our hope is that this march is going to be continuing to hope that abortion is finally ended. in our society.
Got a nice crowd coming through here now. Well, I want to thank you guys. Let's pull out here, Haney, and take a look at this nice crowd from Lewiston, Maine. All right. Happy trails, guys. We're getting toward the end. God bless. Thank you.
All right, there you have it. And that was an interesting perspective, guys. Well, Raj, let's get your take on the culture shift, and then we'll respond to what she said there about not being able to have children. I thought that was interesting that she's there, and that's kind of her perspective on it. But back to the culture shift question, Raj, what was your take on that?
I have a lot of takes on it, but in summary, I would say that I think there used to be a feeling of, hey, be quiet. Hey, you're not allowed to speak on this thing. Hey, it's not cool, I guess, as simple as that might sound, to speak up. And then it took a few of those initial people, think of them what you may, but someone like a Jordan Peterson, someone who just said, you know what, I'm not going to go down that route. And I think what you've actually seen from a myriad of political subjects is that, I feel like this facade of you better be quiet is leaving. It's disappearing. And I feel like people now see more people starting to, well, maybe I'm not alone, as we've talked about ad nauseum on this live stream, is that this march demonstrates that you're not alone. This march demonstrates that, and the pardons of the pro-life activists, this demonstrates that there is no weaponization of the Justice Department anymore. Talking about Zuckerberg on the Joe Rogan podcast, this demonstrates that you can speak your mind again on social media. So I think it's not just this one thing. I think there's this whole culture shift, as we've been talking about, that allows people to stand confident without fear and say the truth boldly to power.
All right, looks like Madison has someone ready to chat to. Go ahead, Madison.
Keep rambling. I love to talk. The other ones. Here we go, I think.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, hey guys, I'm here with Lauren with Clear Booth Loose. Lauren, how long have you been with Clear Booth Loose?
I have been with the center for about a year and a half. And it was my first job out of college, so it's been a huge blessing to be able to be a part of the conservative movement and a part of really empowering women to live meaningful lives.
Yeah, and tell me a little bit more about your work. How do you do that? How do you empower women?
Yeah, definitely. So we do it in a variety of ways. We have campus lecture program where we help young women host conservative women speakers like Abby Johnson, who's actually here today. We just ran into her. We have students who will host Lila Rose, Allie Beth Stuckey, Riley Gaines, so all these really great champions of conservative women's causes. We also have a Day at the Range event where we take young women to learn how to handle firearms and take classes in firearms safety, which is one of our most popular events. So that's a huge hit with the girls. We also have conferences, we have mentorship, and our real bread and butter is our summer internship program, which is actually where I met a lot of the students that I saw here today. So it's really robust, and it's a really unique organization.
Yeah, very cool. And a few of those names you mentioned are here today. Yeah. Abby Johnson, Lila Rose are here. We had a really big speaker lineup this year. So what was your biggest takeaway from that?
Yeah, I think one of the speakers that I enjoyed the most was definitely J.D. Vance, because I think you realize once they came into the presidency that pro-life cause is front and center, and I think people were more concerned about that. So it's been nice to see the release of pro-life people who were released from really unjust prison sentences from a few months to up to 2 years plus. So that's been just a huge blessing to be able to see kind of the energy from that. And then, of course, we love seeing Lila Rose, who's spoken for us in the past, and just seeing the momentum under her and just the pure excitement, just even in her speech and in her voice was very cool to see today.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one of the things that the march really focused on last year was that being pro-life means being pro-woman and pro-baby, right, and that there's a big emphasis on women, and it's still that way this year. The theme may be different, but that's still a reminder that we always want to talk about during the march. So why do you think it's so important that we engage women, let them know that they're supported, and that we are for them just as much as we are for the baby in their womb?
Yeah, definitely. I think the most important reason is the fact that the left has launched this attack on women and has told them these lies that in order to be successful, you have to abort. And in order to be happy, you have to be able to fine-tune every aspect of your life. And if you don't want a baby, you shouldn't have to have a baby. And these are just lies, and abortion always ends in heartache and tragedy for the child, for the woman, for all these different people who are involved in that situation. So I think telling women that this is not the path to fulfillment and that family can not just be an amazing part of life, but be a central aspect and a goal that they should hope for.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Lauren. Thanks for your work today. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right, thanks, Madison. Great interview there. There you see there. It's still near the Capitol there. That's going to wrap around the Capitol and head to the Supreme Court to wrap up. We were able to catch up earlier with Kristen Hawkins, who is the president for Students for Life here at the there at the rally. And so let's check out a little bit of that conversation right now.
Well, I'm here with Kristen with Students for Life. Thank you so much for being here today.
Well, you know, we are all here out in force in the pro-life generation, sending a very clear message to Congress and hopefully President Trump to defund Planned Parenthood. So it's my privilege to be here.
Yes, and this is the third march post-Roe. So I want to hear your thoughts. 3 years post-Roe, how do you feel about where we are as a pro-life movement now, and what do you hope to see in this next year, especially under a new president?
We've certainly seen a lot of victories. At Students for Life Action, we've been introducing and passing a lot of state laws to protect lives. I know it doesn't get a lot of TV coverage, but the state legislatures really make a difference. However, our abortion numbers are still where they were before Dobbs. You know, brick and mortar facilities have closed down, but thanks to the reckless decisions of the Biden administration, chemical abortion pills are everywhere. They're the leading cause of infant death. They lead to injury, infertility, and death of women, drug of choice for sex abusers, and we now know are polluting our actual drinking water with anti-progesterone metabolites. It's horrific. So we have a big battle in front of us. That's why we have a sold-out National Pro-Life Summit tomorrow where we'll be equipping thousands of young people, really training them in the battles they need to fight now in this post-Roe era. I think one of the biggest ones is convincing President Trump to stay in this fight. You know, he said over the campaign trail that he believes abortion is settled, that it's merely a state's issue. And that's not what the Dobbs decision said. It said abortion's being returned to the people and to representatives. And there's a whole bunch of them right up the hill where we're going to be marching today. And I was on the Hill yesterday meeting with Speaker Johnson, meeting with a number of legislators, telling them all the same thing. Now defund Planned Parenthood. It's completely insane that the Republicans continue to fund Planned Parenthood. It kills 390,000 children a year with $700 million of our taxpayer dollars and is the leading political force against the Republican Party, against President Trump. You know, President Trump, stop funding your political enemies. Defund Planned Parenthood. And so that's why I'm so excited. There was tons of signs out there today from our organization, Students for Life, other organizations, all telling everyone the same thing. Defund Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, and we did receive some really incredible news yesterday that President Trump pardoned 23 pro-life activists who were imprisoned by the Biden administration. And now they're set free. So what are your thoughts on that?
It was very emotional. We have been working literally the day after the election. I sent one of the president's closest confidants the list and said, here you go, pardon these people. And we knew they were 100% targeted by a weaponized DOJ, something that President Trump has a little bit of experience with. So it was a long road. There were a lot of prayers. I started crying this morning when I saw one of the videos of the young mother who was imprisoned in Florida, kissing and hugging her child, her toddler baby girl she was ripped away from. This should have never happened in the United States of America. This is why Congressman Chip Roy's Repeal FACE Act is so critical we finally get passed so that never happens again. These people, a Holocaust survivor, grandmother, Students for Life alumni, they should have never been put in prison in the first place. It's out of control. So I'm so glad to see the president uphold that campaign promise, but now is the time, sir. Defund Planned Parenthood.
Yeah, definitely a good start to his presidency for the pro-life movement. So thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. And it's just a good start, so more to come.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, great interview there with Kristen Hawkins. And I saw some people in the chat saying that Kristen changed their mind on abortion. That's awesome. You know, you wonder sometimes if you ever gotten online on like a chat online on this issue, it does feel like Lila kind of even said, Lila Rose is like we were saying, like the peak of this, being able to argue this. And even she feels like, oh gosh, is this making a difference? Because you see how blinded some people are. And you never know. You never know how God is going to use our fumbled words for for good. So, you know, but go ahead.
And that can start in numerous ways. I know for some of my friends, when I just said, hey, Planned Parenthood, you're all about that, right? Like, yeah. Like, do you know who started that? Like, no. Well, okay. So her name was Margaret Sanger. Have you ever looked into her? No. And then they go Wikipedia, come back 10 minutes later. Like, I had no idea, man. I had no idea the eugenics that was behind this. And I think it's once you start popping put one little pinhole in the balloon, it might not completely pop right then, but it starts to fizzle out when you start to see that a lot of these arguments are lies, are deceits, are evil. And I think you don't have to just attack it one way. Attack it theologically, attack it scientifically. And this is a human being. Attack it historically. Who was Margaret Sanger? But there's a lot of ways that you can just start to unpeel the onion as to why, you know, the pro-choice movement, Planned Parenthood, I might not get a lot of friends for saying this, is evil.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Well, and,
go ahead,
well, and
Billy.
also, I was just going to say the ingredient that we need to have in all of this too. I love what you just said, Raj. All those different pieces, you know, logically, I think we can get really frustrated and angry when people aren't understanding it. And I think even JD Vance was talking about that frustration. You know, when you just hear people saying things that are not true, we've got to be praying for people as we're giving them those breadcrumbs, because it is spiritual. There is a veil that needs to be lifted, as you were saying earlier, Raj, so that we understand exactly what is going on here. And the prayer is a part of it that I think is really easy to forget. And it's the most important part for changed hearts and changed minds.
Amen.
Yeah, amen. And Planned Parenthood, as you said, Raj, you know, an incredible thing is just how much federal funding this place gets. And I mean, just those videos alone, those undercover videos from years ago showing what Planned Parenthood does and how they would just market these body parts of aborted babies. And it's the Library of Congress there in the shot right there. But these aborted babies and selling these parts and just talking about it like it's Legos or something. It's just, it was so shocking and horrifying to see those videos so many years ago. And then to think that our tax dollars fund this organization, it's just shows how broken the system is. And I think that's perhaps why there's a little more energy this year is, you know, you saw what President Trump did in his first few days. And he, I think Kristen said there just a few moments ago, he could have got into office and then just said, you know what, I'm not going to touch this issue because it's a lightning rod issue and I don't want to deal with it. Like he could have done that because this is his last term, right? This is his second term. But he didn't. He sent his vice president here just a couple of days after being inaugurated. So showing that it's important and perhaps people are energized on this. And maybe we'll see a shift with Planned Parenthood losing that federal funding. Let's see how things go for them if they don't get that infusion of cash that they depend on every year. So I think we're getting towards the latter stages here, guys, of the March for Life here 2025. Incredible turnout. As always, CBN's Tara Merger and Madison Seals have been talking to people throughout the route. And yeah, there they are there. Let's see again. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Botanical Gardens. I'm sorry, my eyes. This is an eye situation. Yeah, you're gonna really have to zoom it in for the Andros eyes here. I also have a small window open too, so that's not helping the situation. But yeah, incredible March this year, guys, and you know the movement's going strong. I feel like it's energized right now.
Yeah, no, you know, look, I think it is energized, and I think seeing young people is the most, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, but the most encouraging thing, because young people are the future. All this talk about Gen Z, right? And all this talk about the millennials. Well, millennials are like 40 years old, some of them now. I'm 41. I'm a millennial, right? And so I'm on the upper end of being a millennial. But when you start to look at that, this is 50% of the voting population. You're talking about 48% are aged 18 to 42 right now. So you've got to win those people over, because they're going to be the ones who in 5 years, 10 years are the majority of the voters, right? So yeah, it's encouraging to see them showing up.
It really is. Looks like Tara's got some more folks, so we're going to go ahead and send it on down to her.
It hasn't killed me yet.
Go for it.
Yeah, I've got a special one this time. This is my daughter, Leah, and this is her friend, Medlun. They go to Christendom College, which is a Catholic college about an hour from here, and they do a lot of pro-life things, right, as part of their coursework and part of their culture at Christendom. And Leah is not a fan of the camera, but she's going to talk anyway. So, Leah, it's exciting to see you here, and what do you think of the speakers, and how do you think the event went today?
I really enjoyed all the speakers. I think they did a great job kind of showing what we stand for, especially exciting to see J.D. Vance and Lila Rose. Just such a great pro-life advocate, and it's so nice to see everyone kind of rally together here in just such a massive crowd.
Is it what you expected? Because you've been here before.
Yeah, it's pretty much the same as everything I've seen before, but this time it's exciting to see so many people come together, especially under the new administration.
You think it's more optimistic?
Definitely everyone's a lot more optimistic today.
All right, my country tis of thee. Okay, and Medlun, also, you are here from Christendom. You guys are getting ready to go to Rome for a study abroad and further your faith, and I don't know if anyone can hear us at all, but what did you think today? What was most impressive to you?
It was really great just to see everyone come together, especially as Leah said, under the new administration. It just feels so powerful to have a rallying point for people who think alike to come together on that one issue and to show their support for one another. So that's been really great.
You think it's a good rallying cry?
I do.
Yeah.
It's a good point on which to bring many people of different backgrounds together.
Okay, you girls, you did it. They did it. They did not want to go on. Leah's superpower is finding me in a crowd, and she did it again, and tens of thousands. Thank you, girls.
Thank you.
So carry on.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
You gotta love it when the marching band comes through and just,
your work is done here. We are performing. Yeah.
We could hear her though, which was incredible. I mean, kudos to the folks who made those microphones, because the marching band went right on by and we could still hear them. So it was fantastic. But yeah, I mean, that's sort of the energy you get at the March for Life is, you get the bands, you get everything else going. But they're like we said, going by those botanical gardens there. And I think that's basically on the south side there of the Capitol. And then they're going to make one more turn, and then that'll be heading up to the Supreme Court. So there you have it. So hey, Crutch, why don't we just listen in, just hear some of the sound there from the march, and we'll just kind of march along with them here for a few moments. All right.
I thought my AirPods died.
All right, this is the 2025 March for Life CBN News coverage. Dan Andros here with Billy Hallowell, Raj Nair. Tara Mergener and Madison Seals are down there walking with the crowd. And so our hope here is to just let you kind of experience the March for Life if you couldn't be there down in Washington, D.C. And another phenomenal turnout here. And I mean, Billy, there's just so many things we can talk about. I mean, we talk about the culture shift, but the numbers are changing, and that's bearing out in some of these surveys we're seeing.
Yeah, the numbers are really shifting. I know I mentioned earlier the general public, that we were seeing 67% of Americans support placing legal limits on abortion. But one of the most interesting surveys that came out this week, YouGov, which is a reputable survey institution, they put out the data. This was particularly about the 18 to 42-year-olds, the millennials, the Gen Zers who are of voting age. And when they surveyed them, they found that 67% of them were open to at least some abortion limits. So you're talking almost 7 in 10 young people saying, hey, we'd be open to that. And that was up from 65% in 2024. So there was a little bit of an uptick there. But the other thing that was really noteworthy, 9%, just 9% favored abortion without limits. That was less than 1 in 10. And again, this is 48, almost 49% of the voting population. This is a big deal. I want to read one more, though, because this one's important. 6 in 10 said that human rights begin while a child is still in the womb. I mean, that's a pretty amazing stat.
Yeah, it really is. And again, it backs up. I mean, it's incredible when science sort of confirms what we know through scripture, right? And it's common sense and it's logical that if a human is human in the womb, that they should also have human rights. And it's often argued, and it's such a valid point, that humans in the womb are the most sort of vulnerable people group out there. And I think that's why you see one of the main things that the abortion activists do is try to dehumanize the babies in the womb, because that's the only way they can really take away the human rights, if they can try to say that they're not human. And it's really interesting, guys, how you'll see the overlap in so many arguments that people that are for abortion use that overlap with arguments people use to justify slavery. They're almost identical. And, so the minute they use them, if you just point that out and say, hey, that sounds an awful lot like what these people said here during slavery, what do you say to that? And there's really no escape route out of that one, right? Because if you say, well, there were laws on the land, so there were laws on slavery too. So would you have been just shouting to the mountaintops during slavery? When the abolitionists are coming out, would you have just been like, no, there's laws over there, guys? Sometimes laws are immoral and you can argue them. So it's just an invalid argument, and lazy, arguments will be made that way. So yeah, it's, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I wanted to mention one other thing here, because we were talking about the FACE Act, and there's kind of some breaking news out, actually, some interesting news from the Department of Justice today, the Civil Rights Division. And before I get to that, I just want to read you a couple things because it's related to this. The FACE Act violations, remember, 1994 to 2024. So during that 30-year time period, there were 211 cases, and 97% of those targeted pro-lifers, okay? So the Biden administration oversaw over a quarter of all FACE Act violations in its history. So now we have the DOJ coming out with a memo basically saying that they were not treating, pro-lifers fair, that almost all the attacks there were 100 crisis pregnancy center attacks and pro-life attacks, and almost none were investigated, and that the FACE Act will only be permitted now in extraordinary circumstances. So big changes on how pro-lifers are going to be treated under the Trump Department of Justice.
Absolutely. As indicated, like we said, with J.D. Vance showing up today, Vice President, if you missed that, you'll be able to catch it when this stream concludes here in a little bit. You can check back at the beginning towards where all the speakers were going, and Vice President Vance gave a very impassioned speech, very relatable speech as well. We've all seen the images of him with his kids at the inauguration. That was kind of a really cool image there with, all of us who've had young kids, they were doing the things that our kids would do, right? Pulling at your hair and just, getting tired and kind of getting wiggly there on the stage. So Check out this scene here, guys. This looks like we got some bagpipe situation happening right here. Marching in formation. That's awesome. And yeah, Holbig looks like a marching band here.
It's a lot carrying these instruments, just so people know. I mean, this is a long walk with heavy instruments. I was in marching band. I know. I mean, I don't think I marched that far, but it's tough.
You just marched in circles around the football field. What was your instrument, Billy? I mean, I did not know this.
Oh, yeah, I played percussion. I played the drums, so I would always get stuck with that giant bass drum where you're like wearing it and it's like bigger than you. And that was my thing. So I sometimes got the snare drum, which I love, but it is hard. It's hard to carry those instruments and still play with joy all the way to the Supreme Court there. So I admire that.
So somebody dig up video on how we'll give you a prize if you've got video of Billy dragging around a drum. A question from the chat here. Margaret Smith asks, about how many marchers are there? You know, I don't know if they do the crowd estimates. I know they didn't do it for the inauguration. They just said they weren't going to do those for the inauguration anymore. I have not seen the estimate yet here. Billy, do you remember what the estimates, or Raj, what the estimates from this event were in years past? So we have a starting point. I have not seen one yet for this so far. Let me take a look gander here and see if I can find one. What do you guys know?
You know, there were numbers for the virtual, numbers for the in-person. I'm trying to remember. One year I want to say it was 30,000, but I don't want to undersell them because I think.
Well, yeah, because here I'm looking at Students for Life. This was a couple years ago in 2022. They estimated 150,000.
Wow.
That was Students for Life estimating that. So let's see if I can find some other ones. Yeah, I mean, I would guess you're probably safe to say you're definitely tens of thousands, probably close to 100,000 or more. And you can tell it too when you see when you end up seeing the time lapses of these things. It's incredible. I mean, it is a crowded street, and it just goes and goes and goes. I mean, you can see it on the camera shots that we've been doing all day here.
100,000 is the number that 100,000 is the number that in the past has been used. Last year it was the number. I think that's kind of the average that they'll put out there, which is much higher than we've seen some of the media report on. But yeah, Christianity Today, they say 100,000. So it's a lot of people to get in one place, like you were saying, and to come out just because they care.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I don't think you can undersell how difficult it is to gather that many people. You know, I've had to do things in my career where I was supposed to hold these live events, and someone would say, "Hey, go 3 days ahead of time to this college campus, grab 3,000 people to hear a speaker," and you are pulling teeth to get 300 in that auditorium. And you know, not only is this not in an auditorium, it's outside, it's January, it's during the work week. I mean, to have 100,000 people give up their Friday. I mean, probably a lot of these people took vacation time. You know, what am I going to do on vacation? I'm going to stand out in the cold. Like, this is not a number, even if it is 70, if it's 10,000, that's miraculous. But to have 100,000 people in the cold doing this really speaks to what this whole thing is about.
Yeah, and Henrik on the ground there with CBN, he's saying it's getting super crowded now around where they're at. There we go. We see some folks right now. Looks like the Maronite Catholics for Life. Catholics, big contingent at this event always, and they're definitely mobilized. There's buses that come down to this thing. But yeah, you can see there's the Capitol there on the left side of the screen. But they definitely mobilize these student groups, and you're seeing that, right? You're seeing that with the groups, and they're out there, and man, just making a big, big statement. And it's incredible to me that in the last 4 years, I mean, it shouldn't be shocking that the previous administration, given their views on things, didn't really support this event at all, and it's right there, sort of in their backyard. And it looks like they're getting pretty close, by the way, to the Supreme Court, which will be up on the next block. If I'm looking at where they're at the Library of Congress right now, and just the next street up right there is the Supreme Court on the right. So that's probably why it's getting extra crowded right now. Is people have kind of finished the route just about, and then they're going to gather.
I don't think you can undersell how. I think we have someone ready to talk to us. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right, Raj. Are they ready now, Crutch? They're not right now. Okay, go ahead, Raj. They're not quite ready yet.
I was thinking about how, this might seem, again, like just a silly little march to some people that are on the outside. But I think it's totally important to understand how close this country came to, a couple Supreme Court justices not being nominated, a different president who we could be talking right now. I'm not going to name names because we're an apolitical organization, I guess. But how close we came to having partial birth abortion be nationwide stamped, signed, and approved from the executive office. Yeah. And you remove a couple Supreme Court justices. And that's why this matters, is because you're, as we've talked about, you're displaying to the world, not only do I hold these personal convictions, these God-given biblical convictions, I'm going to be that person that steps out. I'm going to be that, to an extent, that Dietrich Bonhoeffer that says, you know what, whatever social price this cost me, I'm going to do the right thing and stand up for life. And man, we've been close to this going the other way. It's like a football game. It's, a fumble bounces this way or that way. We've been really close. Thank God it bounced the right way, but to where this could have gone really sour for this country. And so I don't think we should ever take this for granted.
Absolutely not. And look, you want to promote a culture of life, right? Like celebrating life. Like you were talking about earlier, Raj, and being punished with a baby, that sentiment. It just shouldn't be, and there's a Supreme Court there in the background. It just shouldn't be the way we think about things. We have, because it cascades, right? It's a domino effect. If you allow yourself to devalue life in one way, you're going to devalue it in another. I mean, just look at all of these rashes of crimes that we have. To me, that type of behavior is not unrelated to the life issue, because if you can devalue certain lives and promote and say, you know what, I can crush this life in order to promote my life, and make something better for myself, then why wouldn't you apply that thinking to say, you know what, I don't care about this guy's life that's running this store. I'm going to smash his store because it helps my life. So it filters throughout society, having this culture of death. And so it's important that we move back towards a culture of life. Looks like Madison and Tara are gathering towards the end of the route. Madison, Tara, we'll throw it down to you. What's going on?
Yeah. Madison. It's been a long 2 miles, but really people seem no worse for the wear despite the cold, despite the trek. It's always a lot harder in full winter gear, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, but the energy is still high. People are still playing music the entire time, chanting, singing. So it's still very lively here at the end, and we're wrapping up here at the Supreme Court like we do every year, and there's a lot of significance in that trek from the Capitol, going along by the Capitol, starting at the Washington Monument this year, which is the first time that we've ever done that. So it did draw out the trek a little bit, but the significance is that the Supreme Court is where Roe versus Wade was decided in 1973, eventually was overturned about 3 years ago, sending the issue back to the states. And that's what you're seeing out here today, is all these people marching. A lot of these people are promoting pro-life policy in their states and calling on their elected officials to hold up the value of life and to promote the value of life and to keep marching until every life is valued at any stage of development.
Yeah, a lot of talk about keeping politicians accountable for their campaign promises, a lot of anticipation for what President Trump is going to do over his first 100 days, his first year, let alone the 4 years. A lot of anticipation, but a lot of positiveness, but also, the constant acknowledgement from everybody we spoke to today that there's a lot more work that they would like done, some really definitive, decisive action to end abortion once and for all. And I think that's the sentiment every single year. And this year, I think they're a little more emboldened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would absolutely agree. I think each year, you think that you're going to hear from people that they're not as excited, or it's post-Roe, so people aren't really as invested. And that's not at all what we hear every year. We're absolutely going to keep fighting until every life is valued in every stage of development. That's encouraging for us, but it's encouraging to be around others who feel the same way out here too.
Yeah, and I heard you guys talk about numbers. It'll be really interesting. It feels very crowded to us, right?
Yes.
But we don't have great perspective on the ground, but we're really interested to hear how the numbers compare to, the most recent years under the last administration. So it's been great from here. Again, a very optimistic crowd, a very enthusiastic crowd, a very ambitious crowd for the time ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Madison and Tara, thanks so much for walking the route today and talking to folks. It was really great to just see it and be able to do it virtually. We were told that organizers, by the way, had their permits. They were expecting up to 150,000 people. Wow. And we'd already seen a couple estimates of about 100,000. So it certainly looks every bit of that and more on the screens. But we appreciate you guys doing what you did today and braving the cold and fighting colds and all the rest in order to bring us these images. It's really great to see it, really edifying to see it. And guys, I think what we're going to do here is we're going to pray, and we can go around the horn, Billy, Raj, and then we will wrap. So it's been an incredible day as always. So why don't I kick off the prayer? And everyone in the chat, thanks so much for being here as well. Please pray with us. Like we said at the beginning, prayers are valuable. This is how we're ultimately going to stop this issue. Laws are great. Got to push for those, but hearts and minds change. And really the only way and the primary way that changes, not necessarily through fancy arguments, but through prayer. So let's go ahead and do that right now. Heavenly Father, we just come before you first and foremost and just praise your holy and awesome name. And we give you all the credit, all the glory, and we just praise you for this life that you've given us. It's an amazing, incredible gift. And so I pray today, Lord, that you would just help each one of us value life in our own walks, help this country and this culture start to turn more and value life, not for any other reason other than you created it and you are good and you give things value and you made us in your image and therefore we have value. And so we're thankful for that. We're thankful that even though we're in a fallen world, that you sent your son to die for us, to forgive us of our sins. So I thank you for all the people that marched today, for them standing up boldly and pointing people to you. And so I would just pray a blessing on everyone there. And again, I just pray for this country to turn towards not just a cultural life, but ultimately to turn and repent of their sin and trust in the Lord.
Lord, I would just ask for clarity, Lord, clarity for our leaders, clarity for all of us, for all the people who watch the live stream, who are watching this video on YouTube, who are listening to this, Lord, that you would just bring your truth into people's hearts, into their minds, take the veils away, take away the emotions that prevent us from seeing things the way that you want us to see them, the way that you see things, Lord. And we just pray that we'd see other people the way you see other people too. This is a complicated issue. These are complicated matters, Lord. We just pray that you would be with us, guide us as a country, guide our president, our vice president, all of our congressional leaders, our local leaders, Lord. Just bring common sense back and help us to just reach other hearts and other minds, not just with a political message, but with your everlasting message of grace, peace, and hope.
Lord, you said that you came here that we might have life. So whoever is watching this, Father, I pray from like a back up a little bit perspective, that they would know that they have purpose, identity, value, intrinsic, inherent, infinite value from conception to natural birth because of you. Lord, so whoever is watching this who just needs to be encouraged, know that you will never be forsaken. You will never be left alone. Emmanuel, God with you. And so, Father, I pray whoever is watching this, whether they be in the streets of DC or watching on their computer, that they would know that there is a transcendent reality that imparts value and life and dignity to every single person, because we are in the Imago Dei, made in the image of God. And so no matter how lonely or isolated or forgotten you may feel, the creator of the universe values your life as we value the life of the unborn Lord. So we thank you for this day, and we thank you that you've been glorified in our nation's capital.
And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if they can hear us down on the ground still or not. So appreciate you all praying with us and being with us here. It's just, as I'm seeing in the chat, it is absolutely a spiritual battle, and we pray that God opens eyes. So, all right, Raj, Nair, Billy Hallowell, thanks so much for hopping by and joining us for the March for Life as we watch these people faithfully and boldly march for life as we do each and every year. Greatly appreciate it. Appreciate you all being here. And make sure you check out CBN News for all the latest news from a Christian perspective. God bless. Have a great weekend.